From the 1970s to the 1980s, the so-called golden age of serial killers, in Anchorage, Alaska, people know that Robert Hansen took women to the wilderness and shot them like caribou. But in Fairbanks, 360 miles away, another serial killer almost disappeared from the history of crime. He was a technical sergeant in the U.S. Air Force, brazen enough to choose his hunting grounds right near the base where he lived and worked. In less than 2 years, he killed at least 5 young women and girls, the youngest one just 11 years old. His name was Thomas Bunday. He never stood trial. In March 1983, after partially confessing to investigators, he rode his motorcycle head-on into a truck and ended his own life. However, many details, including whether he had more victims, remains an unsolved mystery. On September 28, 1948, Thomas was born in Nashville, Tennessee, the younger of 2 children, and his father was a World War II veteran. In those years, countless veterans returned home carrying untreated trauma, and his father was one of them. From childhood on, Thomas had a terrible relationship with his father. The man suffered from mental disorders and often beat both his wife and Thomas. That childhood trauma left Thomas with wounds that would never heal. Later, in 1963, when his father died, 15-year-old Thomas refused to attend his funeral and ran away from home for several days. No one knew where he went, but the reason was probably simple enough. He had no interest in pretending to grieve for a man who had terrified him throughout his childhood. In 1966, after graduation, he married his high school girlfriend. 1 year into the marriage, he joined the U.S. Air Force and was serving in Southeast Asia. At that time, Thomas, like a lot of young men, thought he would finish his service, go home, and build a normal life with the woman he loved. But while he was serving in Southeast Asia, unable to be with his wife, she gave birth to a son, not his, fathered by another man. When he heard the news, Thomas did not file for divorce. He stayed, trying to patch together a marriage that was almost falling apart, and he even raised the child as his own. Later, his wife had a daughter with him, but once trust was broken, there was no fixing it. In the mid-70s, Thomas was transferred to Alston Air Force Base near Fairbanks, Alaska, where the winters are long and dark. Having been beaten by his father as a child and betrayed by his wife as an adult, Thomas had long since lost any ability to cope with pain in healthy ways. Over the next few years, his mental state deteriorated. The signs of emotional exhaustion became harder and harder to ignore, and he even started seeing a psychiatrist. But by then, it was already too late. On August 29, 1979, a 19-year-old Fairbanks resident named Glenda Soedman disappeared. 2 months later, a boy hunting in the woods near Moose Creek, close to Alston Air Force Base, found a woman's body. Aside from a single .38 caliber shell casing, nothing else was found at the scene. The autopsy confirmed it was Soedman. She had not been sexually assaulted. She had been strangled and then shot in the back of the head. While police were still working the Soedman case, a second disappearance came on June 13, 1980. 11-year-old Doris Aring from North Pole, Alaska, had vanished. But unlike the Soedman investigation, which had gone nowhere, this one gave them something. Not long after Doris vanished, police found her bicycle in a ditch. More importantly, her brother said that in the days before she disappeared, he had seen her talking to a stranger who was wearing an Air Force uniform and sitting in a blue car. 6 months later, when police still did not know whether Doris was alive or dead, 2 more women vanished from the Fairbanks area. On January 31, 1981, 21-year-old Marlene Peters disappeared while hitchhiking from Fairbanks to Anchorage. 5 weeks after that, 16-year-old Wendy Wilson had also vanished. As the number of victims grew, the Alaska State Troopers, the Fairbanks Police Department, the North Pole Police Department, and the FBI formed a joint task force to investigate. 3 days after Wendy went missing, her body was found. Marlene's badly decomposed remains turned up not far from Wendy's. Like the others, both women had been strangled and shot, with no sign of sexual assault. At that time, investigators were completely stuck. These crimes followed no pattern, and the remains just kept coming. About a month later, the 5th victim turned up, 18-year-old Lori King. This time, investigators committed every available resource, launching a joint military and civilian search effort that continued for weeks. Their efforts yielded nothing. Then, in October 1981, several servicemen hunting in the woods near Alston Air Force Base discovered Lori's rotting body. The autopsy showed the same thing: strangled, then shot, with no sign of sexual assault. At this point, investigators finally began to suspect the killer might be in the military. Every body that had been found was dumped along remote roads, gravel pits, and wooded areas near Alston. Only someone familiar with those areas would use them as disposal sites. So they went back through the files and checked every person assigned to Alston, including the employees employed as civilian specialists. By February 1982, 3 names had been added to the suspect list. One of them was Thomas. He owned a blue car and a white pickup, matching the witness description perfectly. He also had a record of multiple misconduct incidents on base, and several female coworkers had filed complaints about inappropriate sexual comments and harassment. But without direct evidence, and since Thomas had been transferred to Shepherd Air Force Base in September 1981, so the investigation was forced into a standstill. Almost a year later, in November 1982, Alaska investigators got a call from Henrietta, Texas. A woman named Cassandra Goodwin had been found dead there, killed in the same manner as the 5 victims in Alaska. The case broke the stalemate. After Thomas left Alaska for Texas, no more murders occurred in Alaska. Then an identical murder surfaced at his new posting. A few months later, after interstate coordination, investigators arrived in Texas in March 1983. On March 3rd, Thomas was brought in for questioning. Investigators interrogated him about the 5 Alaska murders and the one in Texas. Each session lasted several hours. At first, Thomas refused to answer directly. He stonewalled them for nearly a week. On the 3rd day, he even handed them a note. "I really like you guys and have enjoyed talking with you, but I did not do these things." Several days later, investigators got a search warrant. After searching his house and the trunk of his car, they found physical evidence that directly tied him to the 5 murders. Shell casings linked to the cases, newspaper clippings about the murders, and Wendy's hair. Once he learned the evidence had been found, Thomas's attitude shifted. He began confessing, admitted he had killed those girls in Alaska, describing the murders in detail. When asked why he had systematically strangled and shot young women he did not even know, he cited psychological problems and sexual complexes as motives for committing the murders. The abuse he suffered as a child had left Thomas consumed by enormous rage and helplessness for years, and the betrayal and humiliation in his marriage had further destroyed his dignity as a man, leaving him unable to control his aggressive impulses. In the end, he targeted young women, killing them by strangulation and shooting. But when asked about Cassandra's murder, he flatly denied it. Even though Thomas had confessed, jurisdiction issues meant the Alaska investigators had no authority to arrest him in Texas. They could only keep him under surveillance until the warrant was issued, to prevent him from fleeing or going into hiding. On March 15, 1983, Alaska authorities issued a warrant for Thomas's arrest. But he managed to slip away from surveillance. Then he got on his motorcycle, rode onto the highway, and, about 40 miles outside Wichita Falls, swerved into oncoming traffic at 100 miles an hour, crashing head-on into a truck and killing himself instantly. He refused to be arrested, refused to stand in court and face trial, was unwilling to face justice for the things that he had done. He decided to end everything on his own way. The whereabouts of Doris's body and whether there were more victims became mysteries that died with him. It was not until August 1986 that Doris's remains were found. Like the other victims, she had a bullet hole in her skull. The location was that same remote woodland near Alston Air Force Base. Later, investigators realized it was no accident that Thomas had dumped the remains near the base. His job gave him access to security cameras overlooking those areas, letting him revisit his crimes over and over. And the reason he refused to admit killing Cassandra was most likely to avoid the death penalty. Alaska did not have capital punishment. Even if he had been sentenced to death there, it would not have been carried out. But, in the end, his death rendered all of it moot. In the late summer of 1977, in Reno, Nevada, a local ambulance service had just hired a dispatch assistant named Charles William Davis Jr. from Maryland. His resume read, Volunteer Assistant Chief of Staff, Laboratory Technician, Electrician, and Security Guard. But nobody knew that before that, from 1974 to early 1977, he had already approached and murdered at least 4 women, all under the guise of offering help. But 2 weeks before he got that job, on July 20th, 1977, 2 police officers pulled over his Volkswagen Beetle for a stolen license plate. David Horan and Gary Hartman, on routine patrol, had noticed something off about the plate, so they did what they always did and stopped the car. The owner, Davis, admitted the plate was stolen, but refused to say why. After Davis allowed them to inspect the interior of his car, Hartman found a CB radio under the seat. They confirmed the radio had been stolen and arrested Davis for theft, transported him to the county jail. In the county jail, Davis insisted he was innocent and showed investigators a receipt from a Baltimore store, claiming he had bought the radio legally. So the theft charge was dropped and Davis walked free. However, further investigation turned things around. The radio was actually purchased with a stolen credit card, and the cardholder was Carroll Willingham, who had been sexually assaulted and robbed in Baltimore months earlier. Police immediately arranged for Willingham to see if Davis was her attacker. Then the moment she saw his photo, she recognized him as the man who had assaulted her. Shortly afterwards, authorities issued an arrest warrant, but by the time police got to Davis's house, he had already left Baltimore and vanished without a trace. On August 31st, an informant told police about Davis's whereabouts. He and his fiancée had fled to Reno, where he was working as a dispatch assistant at a local ambulance service. The next day, September 1st, with the help of Reno police, Davis was arrested. 3 days later, he was extradited back to Baltimore. But during the return trip, at a brief stop in Jessup, Davis suddenly told the officers escorting him that he wanted to confess something about the death of 23-year-old Peggy Pumpian. In the interrogation room, facing recording equipment, Davis not only confessed to Peggy's murder, but also voluntarily described what happened to 24-year-old Kathleen Cook. The police had thought they were just chasing down a stolen radio and an assault case. Instead, they got pulled into 2 murders. On New Year's Eve 1975, Davis was at a nightclub looking for a female social worker. Months earlier, he had lost a custody battle and been stripped of his son's guardianship. Davis had decided the social worker was the reason he lost it, so he wanted revenge. Kathleen was at that same nightclub celebrating the new year with her husband, and she happened to bear a slight resemblance to the social worker. Then Davis lured her to the parking lot with the excuse that her car was blocking his, and drove her away. Along the way, Davis realized he had grabbed the wrong person, a complete stranger with no connection to him whatsoever. After hearing Davis's explanation, Kathleen straight up demanded he let her go. She warned him she was engaged to a high-ranking Baltimore police officer and he would pay dearly for this. But Davis didn't let her go. He pulled over at a vacant lot near a shopping center in Catonsville and raped her. During the time, Kathleen never stopped fighting back. She kept threatening and humiliating Davis, mocking him as impotent and unpopular with women. In the end, those words enraged him. He pulled out a .38 caliber revolver and shot her 4 times, then stabbed her repeatedly until she stopped struggling. On August 24, 1976, Peggy was driving on Interstate 95 and got lost. She wanted to ask for directions to the Chesapeake Bay Bridge, and along the way she pulled over and asked Davis for directions. After a brief conversation, Davis got into Peggy's car, saying he knew a shortcut. But the moment he got in, he pulled out a revolver and robbed her. Peggy figured Davis would just take the money and leave, but Davis wanted more. He sexually assaulted her at gunpoint, and in the end, he fired 5 times in the chest, killing her. Then he wiped his fingerprints from Peggy's car and drove to New York to establish a credible alibi. 8 hours later, Peggy's body was found. When police recovered the bullets and ran ballistics tests, the barrel rifling marks matched the weapon used in Kathleen's case perfectly. Police confirmed both cases were committed by the same person, but it wasn't until Davis confessed that they knew he was the killer. On February 23, 1977, Willingham ran into Davis on the street. Just like with Peggy, Davis tricked her into his car under the pretense of helping her, drove her to a wooded area outside the city, and beat, robbed, and raped her. The day after his arrest, Davis was formally charged with 2 counts of murder. A number of high-ranking law enforcement officials organized a meeting to discuss how to prosecute him. Since all the murders had occurred in the Baltimore area, the prosecutor's office was worried that intense news coverage would compromise jury impartiality, so they decided to move him elsewhere and try him separately. Davis was first sent to Allegheny County to stand trial for Kathleen's murder. In early 1978, the jury found him guilty of first-degree murder and illegal possession of a firearm. On April 12th, he was sentenced to life in prison. Then the prosecution charged him again with Peggy's murder, and in April 1979, he received a second life sentence. Later, Davis additionally confessed to another aggravated sexual assault, as well as the murder of Lydia Norman. At the end of 1974, a 23-year-old woman's car broke down outside Baltimore. Davis happened to be driving by, offered to help, and gave her a ride, but he didn't take her home. He dragged her into nearby woods, sexually assaulted her, and tried to strangle her. After the woman had apparently died, Davis assumed she was dead and left the scene alone. Sometime later, the woman regained consciousness, struggled back to town, and received treatment. After recovering, she described Davis's appearance to police, who produced a composite sketch based on her description. That was the earliest clue Davis left behind, but nobody connected him to that sketch. On September 11, 1975, 16-year-old Norman, a student at Randallstown High School, went out on a date with Davis. When Norman refused his demand to have sex, an enraged Davis sexually assaulted and strangled her to death. In early 1979, Davis was transferred to Anne Arundel County to stand trial for Norman's murder. For the third time, a jury found him guilty, and he was sentenced to life in prison with the possibility of parole after serving 48 years. During the trial, he showed no expression whatsoever, remaining silent and calm throughout the entire proceeding. Later, Davis's background was uncovered. He was born on June 18, 1947, in Baltimore, Maryland. Public records about his childhood were sparse. All that was known is that his father was a local police lieutenant. As an adult, he cycled through numerous jobs, working as an electrician, security guard, laboratory technician, and volunteer assistant chief of staff at a Baltimore volunteer rescue squad. In the early 1970s, he married and had a son, but the marriage didn't last. He eventually divorced and lost the custody battle and was stripped of his child's guardianship. This thing hit him hard, and it led him to harbor a grudge against the female social worker and to kill Kathleen. From this point onward, the level of violence in his crimes visibly escalated. Because he had a police lieutenant for a father and had spent time in a volunteer rescue squad, Davis knew the Baltimore area's emergency systems and police operations inside and out. He used that knowledge to get close to victims and cover his tracks, which was exactly why police never suspected him all those years. His crimes were primarily about rape, and murder was usually driven by impulse, whenever the victim challenged his control, refused, resisted, or, like Kathleen, provoked him. Beyond that, he had a signature element when he struck. After killing a victim, he would actively call police and provide clues about the body's location, as if he were observing their reactions and drawing some kind of satisfaction from it. After his conviction, Davis served his sentence in Maryland's prison system and was transferred between multiple facilities over the years. Just when everyone assumed he had confessed to all his crimes in 2024, Howard County cold case investigators tracked him down again. They wanted to ask about an unsolved case from August 24, 1975. 20-year-old Rosen Sturtz walked into a bar that day and never came home. Her body wasn't found until that December in woods near Columbia. The cold case investigators found a 1981 audio tape in the files. Back then, Howard County Police had interrogated Davis about this case, and he had indeed mentioned certain details. But during that interrogation, police showed him an old photo of Rosen. Davis failed to recognize her. Because of that, the case could never be closed, remaining unsolved and shelved for nearly 50 years. This time, the cold case investigator, Corporal Wade, brought a photo taken 1 month before Roseanne's death. When Davis saw it, he nodded and admitted that Rosen was one of his victims, and he described how that night he got into an argument with Rosen at the bar, then managed to lure her to a secluded area, sexually assaulted her, and killed her. Even though the state prosecutor had granted Davis full immunity back in 1981, meaning he couldn't be additionally prosecuted for this case, the case could finally be officially closed. Later, Roseanne's family issued a statement after learning the truth. "We were grateful to have all the case details, learned Roseanne's actual date of death, and received the closure we have been praying for all these years, finally put to rest the answers we never had." Davis, used to crave media attention, wanted his crimes remembered by the world, made anonymous calls to authorities directing them to where he had left remains. But in a way, the women he hurt deserve to be remembered far more than he does. Rosen Sturtz, Lydia Norman, Kathleen Cook, Peggy Pumpian, and the women who escaped with their lives. In late September 2004, in an interrogation room at the Mobile County Sheriff's Department in Alabama, sat a man arrested for murdering his neighbor. His name was Jeremy Bryan Jones. In the media, they called him a low-rent Ted Bundy because he had a face that put people at ease, a face skilled at masking itself behind politeness and casual charm. To those around him, Jones was a good young man, a good partner. However, in his own telling, he was a serial killer who had spent 12 years crossing 5 states, taking 20 lives. With the help of a polygraph, Jones spoke about Catherine Collins in New Orleans, Patrice Enders in Georgia, the Freeman family in Oklahoma, a couple shot and burned, their 16-year-old daughter and her best friend remain missing. He described the cases in such detail that even seasoned police officers were on the verge of believing they had solved a series of unsolved murders spanning the entire southeastern United States. However, during the trial, Jones retracted every single confession. His reason was very simple. The confessions were lies, he said. He had fabricated them all just to secure better prison conditions. A phone call with his mother, a decent meal, a few hours of visitation, nothing more. At sentencing, facing public outrage, he said that God will have the final say, that one day he'll be a free man. He'll write him a book and laugh his ass off. On September 15, 2004, the day before Hurricane Yvonne was set to tear through, in a small community near Satsuma called Turnerville, Jones had taken the alias John Paul Chapman and hired himself out to a local couple, Mark and Kim Bentley, to help reinforce their home. By then, Oklahoma already had a warrant out for his arrest. Serious sex crime charges including rape, rape with a foreign object, sodomy, failure to register as a sex offender, and 3 counts of felony bail jumping. While working on the house, Jones, using the excuse that many homeless people would occupy vacant houses during the hurricane, and that he needed a gun for self-defense, learned that Mark had hidden a .25 caliber handgun in his bedroom closet. On the 16th, a woman named Lisa Nichols returned to Turnerville after waiting for Hurricane Yvonne to pass. She was Kim's neighbor. While she was chatting with Kim, Jones overheard her telling Kim that she was single and lived alone. The 17th, the Bentley household slowly emptied. Mark finished up some backyard repairs and drove 30 minutes to a fast food joint for burgers. Kim took the kids out, and Mark's cousin, Coleman, went to visit a friend and help fix his house. Jones was the only one left. Armed with the knowledge that Lisa lived alone, he grabbed that .25 caliber pistol and a package of Bud Light beers and walked into her house. Inside, he raped Lisa at gunpoint, then fired 3 shots into her. To cover his tracks, he went back to the Bentley house for gasoline cans, dragged her body into the bathtub, doused her with fuel, and set her on fire. When he was done, he strolled back to the Bentley's house, changed his clothes, took a shower, and waited for everyone to return as if nothing had happened. The next day, Lisa's daughter and son-in-law arrived in Turnerville. With Hurricane Yvonne having passed through, they'd tried calling Lisa and got no answer, so, fearing something had happened, they came to check on her. The neighborhood's power lines were down, the house still without electricity. So Lisa's son-in-law took a flashlight and searched the house, and then finding her charred remains in the bathtub. After found the scene, Lisa's daughter ran to the Bentley house to tell them to call the police. Officers sealed off the crime scene and, following standard procedure, began questioning those present, Mark, Jones, and others. Jones refused outright, but at that stage the questioning was voluntary and under the Fifth Amendment, so he didn't owe anyone a reason for his silence. Early on the morning of September 19th, Jones slipped out of Turnerville without a word, and meanwhile, investigators found 3.25 caliber bullets lodged in the walls at the crime scene. During questioning, Mark mentioned he had a .25 pistol at home and turned it over to police. Examination showed it had been fired recently, and ballistics matched it to the murder weapon. Because they possessed the murder weapon, Mark, Kim, Coleman were brought into interrogation. There, Coleman recalled that the pistol might have been taken by Chapman. He knew where it was kept. At the same time, investigators still at the crime scene found an empty can of Bud Light with fingerprints on it. They ran the prints against those taken when Jones had been detained under the Chapman alias, and perfect match. In the early hours of September 21st, Jones was arrested, and the manhunt gradually peeled back his real identity. At first, the Mobile County Sheriff's Office found that their suspect Chapman's birth date and social security number matched a prisoner currently serving time in Missouri. Then the real Chapman, questioned by authorities, stated that his mother had sold his identity and social security card to a fugitive named Jeremy Bryan Jones. In order to confirm further, they obtained fingerprint samples from Jones's earlier arrest in Miami, Oklahoma, ran the comparison, and finally established that their suspect Chapman was Jones. Jones stonewalled and deflected every question from investigators. "I'm not saying I wasn't over at her house," he said. "I'm saying I did not kill her." But forensic testing had already confirmed the murder weapon was the Bentley's pistol, and the fingerprints on that empty beer can were his. Cornered by the evidence, Jones shifted his story, admitted responsibility for Lisa's death, and pinned it all on methamphetamine. He claimed that day he and Lisa had smoked meth together and had sex, but then Lisa suddenly complained of chest pain, then stomach pain, and shortly after, she died in the bathroom. Upon discovering her body in a drug-addled state, he fired 3 shots into her head and burned the corpse. But this version collapsed almost immediately because his next confession kept changing. The second time, he admitted breaking into Lisa's house armed with the intent to rape, but when he couldn't perform, he flew into a rage, covered her head with a towel, and shot her. By the third version, it was all just an accident. During this period, Jones made several phone calls from county jail to his mother, friends, acquaintances, and his live-in partner, Vicky Freeman. Once investigators located these people, they were questioned for more information about Jones. It turned out Jones' criminal behavior was closely linked to his severe methamphetamine addiction. He was a serial killer twisted by lies and drugs, who had exhibited antisocial and aggressive tendencies since childhood. Jones was born on April 12, 1973, in Miami, Oklahoma. By 16, he had picked up not just alcohol but a drug habit. Neighbors described him with vacant eyes, paranoid and agitated, clearly riding out a meth high. Jones himself embraced the thug mentality. He called himself a junkie and a drunk who did terrible things under the influence. In January 1990, he was arrested for assaulting a boy and the boy's mother. Police charged him with 2 counts of assault, but both were dropped after the victims reconciled with Jones. On November 5, 1995, he was charged with rape in Oklahoma and skipped bail after posting bond. Then on January 10th, he was arrested again for rape and illegal methamphetamine possession. A day later, a woman reported to police that Jones had sexually assaulted her at gunpoint. Jones first served 2 years on the drug possession charge, and after his 1997 release, he was detained on the rape charges. On his attorney's advice, Jones agreed to plead guilty, but because the female victim feared testifying, his 3 rape charges were reduced to sexual battery. In the end, he received only 5 years probation for assault and sexual battery. During probation, he was required to attend court-ordered sex offender counseling, but he performed terribly, ignored court orders, and twice refused to provide DNA samples. In 2000, due to severe probation violations plus 2 new rape allegations, the court revoked Jones's probation and issued an arrest warrant. So he began his life on the run. Later in Joplin, Missouri, he met Chapman's mother at a bar. Using his charm and smooth talk, he won her over and convinced her to sell her son's identity and social security card for $50. From then on, Jones operated under the Chapman alias, and this carefully calculated strategy worked successfully for a long time. In December 2000, Jones relocated to Tuscaloosa, Alabama, where he scraped by mainly on odd jobs, evading capture while adjusting to life under the Chapman alias, essentially marking this period as the calm before his return to violence. In 2003, he moved to Georgia, and on May 1st, he met Freeman in Douglasville. In front of Freeman, he comes across as kind, gentle, and considerate, but in front of some neighbors, he constantly makes disparaging remarks and jokes about women, such as, "What do you tell a woman with 2 black eyes?" "Nothing, you already told the bitch twice." In October 2003, Jones was arrested for disorderly conduct. Taken to the police station, his fingerprints were run through the system, but a technical malfunction meant his true identity was never flagged or matched. After paying the administrative fine, Jones was released and left Georgia, spending several weeks in New Orleans, Louisiana. In late January 2004, he returned to Georgia. Shortly thereafter, he was arrested in Atlanta for trespassing, pleaded guilty as Chapman, and received 3 months in county jail. Upon release, he was arrested again for drug possession, pleaded guilty as Chapman once more, and the court showed leniency, handing him another 3-month sentence. Finally, following his September release, he left Georgia and headed to Alabama, and it was there that he murdered Lisa. During one police interview, Freeman let slip something she hadn't intended. She believed Jones was responsible for the death of Amanda Greenwell. That was a 16-year-old girl who had been their neighbor in Douglasville, Georgia. Amanda disappeared on March 12, 2004. Her body was found on March 21st. The autopsy revealed she had been raped, beaten, and her neck snapped. Following this lead from Freeman, investigators interrogated Jones again. During the interrogation, Jones flatly denied killing Amanda himself. However, strangely enough, he voluntarily confessed to 20 other murders, which spanned nearly 12 years and occurred across 5 states. 8 of these murders were difficult to investigate due to a lack of details, as Jones could not recall the victims' names or the locations where he had disposed of the bodies. The first murder Jones confessed to occurred in 1992. At that time, he had moved with his girlfriend to Baxter Springs, Kansas, to live with his high school friend Justin. On May 9th, Justin married Jennifer. However, just days after their wedding, while Justin was at work, someone broke into their home and stabbed Jennifer to death. During the initial investigation, based on Justin's testimony, Jones had been listed as a suspect, but with no credible evidence against him at the time, he was cleared. In his confession, Jones admitted to murdering Jennifer, and his motive was unrequited love. On February 21, 1996, Jones claimed he broke into the trailer of 38-year-old Daniel Oakley in Delaware County, Oklahoma, shot Oakley and his roommate Doris Harris, then burned the trailer down. After Jones's confession, the Miami Police Department reopened the investigation to verify his involvement, comparing his prints to fingerprints found inside Oakley's vehicle, but no match. In early September 1999, Jones said he wanted to buy drugs and met 19-year-old Justin Hutchings in Pitcher. On September 11th, he and Hutchings drank and used drugs at a local bar. Hours later, Hutchings died of an overdose in the street, and Jones claimed he had intentionally injected Hutchings with a lethal dose of methamphetamine laced with some unidentified chemical. On December 29, 1999, Jones claimed he committed a quadruple murder in Welch. The victims were 40-year-old Danny Freeman, his wife Kathy, their 16-year-old daughter Ashley, and her friend Loria. It was Ashley's birthday and Loria had come to celebrate. Jones said after entering the house he shot Danny and Kathy in the head at close range, set the house on fire, then forced the 2 girls at gunpoint to a wooded area near the Kansas border, where he raped and shot them. But the facts proved Jones was not the killer. In 2018, after a prolonged investigation, police arrested Ronnie Bissick, who, along with Warren Welch and David Pennington, was identified as the actual perpetrator. Jones's role in the case was merely that of a mistaken confessor. The next victim was 38-year-old Tina Mayberry. On October 31st, 2002, after attending a Halloween party at a bar in Douglasville, Georgia, Mayberry was attacked while walking through the parking lot. Jones's version was that he met a woman dressed as Betty Boop at the bar, convinced her to leave with him, then assaulted her, stabbing her repeatedly in the chest and abdomen. Later, the bar owner and staff confirmed that Jones had indeed been a regular there before Mayberry's death, but without sufficient evidence, he was never charged. The last two murders Jones confessed to were those of 46-year-old Catherine Collins and 38-year-old Patrice Enders. According to Jones, in early January 2004, he met Catherine in New Orleans, Louisiana, raped and stabbed her, then finished her off with a jackhandle. On April 15th of that same year, Patrice was reported missing. Jones claimed he had entered her beauty salon merely to ask for directions, but during conversation learned she was alone in the shop. So he pulled a knife, forced her to empty the cash register, then drove her 65 miles to a wooded area where he raped and stabbed her to death. In order to support his claim, Jones even drew a map for investigators, but searches turned up nothing for a long time. It wasn't until December 2005 that Patrice's remains were found, over 10 miles away in Dawson County, nowhere near where Jones had pointed. Although he had confessed to numerous murders, based on the details of certain cases and investigations, Jones was formally indicted for only 3. In late 2004, he was charged with the murders of Lisa and Amanda. Then, in late January 2005, Catherine's murder was added. Jones's trial was originally scheduled for August 15, 2005, but his attorney requested a psychiatric evaluation first, causing a delay. That evaluation found that while Jones had mental health issues, he was competent to stand trial. On October 19th, the trial began. The prosecution relied mainly on Jones's confession and fingerprint evidence, Coleman's testimony, the murder weapon, and DNA test results. Even though Jones publicly retracted his confession and all previous serial killer claims, the jury still convicted him of Lisa's murder. On December 1, 2005, the judge formally sentenced him to death by lethal injection, telling Jones to his face that he was a danger to civilized society. Jones responded right there in court, "God will have the final say. One day I'll be a free man, I'll write me a book and laugh my ass off." Later, the charges in Amanda's and Catherine's cases were dropped. The first reason for this was that investigators lacked sufficient physical evidence in both cases. The second reason was that Jones was sitting on death row in Alabama, so any rush to prosecute the other cases was gone. Since entering the death row unit at Hallman Correctional Institution, Jones and his attorneys have been attempting to overturn his death sentence. However, in 2010, the state appellate court upheld the original verdict. Since then, the order for his execution by lethal injection has never been signed, and he has remained on death row. Time has passed, and he has not changed. He shows no remorse. In a prison interview, he said, "I am not going to beg for mercy. The ones who want me dead should be the ones begging for mercy." In the early 20th century, Cleveland rode the wave of industrialization to become America's 6th largest city, with its population surging from 160,000 to 900,000. But after the Great Depression of 1929, this city, so heavily dependent on heavy industry, was hit devastatingly hard. Unemployment soared past 30%, and most of those 900,000 residents found themselves plunged into economic ruin, losing their homes because they couldn't pay mortgages or rent. It was in this context that Kingsbury Run, a valley cutting through Cleveland's east side, became crowded with shanty towns built by the unemployed. It was a forgotten place, where the homeless slept under abandoned railway bridges, the jobless spent nights in freight cars, and prostitutes received clients in dim alleyways. And then came the Cleveland Torso Murderer. From 1934 to 1938, with chilling anatomical precision, he dismembered and decapitated his victims, casually tossing their torsos and severed limbs along the overgrown riverbanks. At least 13 people were killed, 7 men and 6 women. Criminologists called them the less dead, those whose deaths wouldn't draw society's attention. A historian later said that Kingsbury Run wasn't just a geographical valley, but a graveyard for the American dream, where people who had believed industrial cities would bring them a better life ended up losing their heads, their identities, even every trace of their existence. Elliot Ness, the legendary Prohibition agent famous for taking down Chicago gangsters, especially Al Capone, took on the case and launched a massive investigation. He even illegally detained a surgeon and interrogated him secretly in a hotel room. But this case became the biggest stain on his career. Not only did he damage the public interest, but the killer deliberately placed 2 victims' remains near Cleveland City Hall, within direct sight of his office window, and he never solved it. The torso killer's first victim was known as the Lady of the Lake, the most mysterious opening act of the case, and the very beginning of this string of murders. In September 1934, a man was taking his usual walk along the shore of Lake Erie when he came across a woman's body washed up on the beach. Or rather, what was left of her, just the lower half from waist to knee, both legs severed at the knees. The Cuyahoga County coroner, after conducting the autopsy, noted that the victim had died roughly 6 months prior, and her torso had been in the water for about 3 or 4 months. Possibly to slow the stench of decomposition, the killer had applied some kind of chemical preservative to her skin, leaving it red, tough, and leathery to the touch. What stood out was a distinctive mark on her abdomen, a surgical scar. So Cleveland police went through dozens of missing women reports from the past 6 months, but nobody matched that description of a scar on the abdomen. The torso killer was also known as the Mad Butcher of Kingsbury Run, and from this nickname alone it can tell the damage he inflicted on the place was impossible to ignore. In the Great Depression, Kingsbury Run was Cleveland's dark underbelly, where all manner of the unemployed, the homeless, the cast-offs of society had gathered. For the torso killer, this was his hunting ground. People came and went constantly, and the homeless people vanishing wouldn't raise a single eyebrow. A year after the Lady of the Lake was found, in September 1935, 2 teenage boys stumbled upon a naked male body at the foot of a hill in Kingsbury Run. His head was gone, his genitals cut off. The coroner determined the cause of death was decapitation. Fingerprint comparison later confirmed his identity. Edward Ondraschi, a 28-year-old white man who frequented a bar called the Roaring Third. Edward was the first victim to be identified, and in that sense, he was luckier than most. He wasn't one of the nameless souls of Kingsbury Run. The world had known him while he was alive. But the police search didn't end there. Near the same scene, they found a second body, another white male, around 40 years old, also decapitated, also castrated, his skin coated with that same chemical preservative that had turned the Lady of the Lake's skin red and hard and leathery. And despite years of trying, this victim was never identified. Then came January 1936. A female worker, on her way home from her shift, spotted 2 baskets sitting beside a factory. They were wrapped tightly in newspaper. She took a look inside, and her scream brought the whole street running. Inside were the dismembered remains of a woman, decapitated like the others. Fingerprint analysis gave them a name: Florence Palelo, a waitress who occasionally worked as a bar hostess. She had lived just a few blocks from the Roaring Third. In June 1936, a morning in Kingsbury Run, 2 young boys found a human head wrapped inside a pair of trousers. The next day, Cleveland police located the rest of the body, a man in his 20s. He had 6 tattoos on his body. Since no one ever came forward to claim him, he became known as the Tattooed Man. Later, Cleveland police put a plaster cast of his head on display, alongside a chart of his tattoos. Over 100,000 people lined up to see it. Some took photos, others whispered among themselves. The Tattooed Man still has no name today, and that original plaster mask, along with 3 others, hangs on the wall of the Cleveland Police Museum to this day. In July 1936, a teenage girl was cutting through the woods on Cleveland's near west side when she found a head near Clinton Road and Big Creek. It belonged to a white man in his 40s, dead for about 2 months. The coroner later determined this was the primary crime scene because there was simply too much blood. Given the victim's unkempt hair, shabby clothes, and the proximity to a homeless encampment, he was presumed to be a vagrant. But his body was too decomposed to take fingerprints, and his identity remains unknown. September 1936, back in Kingsbury Run, a homeless man was trying to hop a slow-moving freight train when, running through the weeds along the embankment, he tripped over a man's body. No head, no legs, just the upper half of a torso. Cleveland police later found the lower half of the torso and both legs in an exposed sewer nearby. The coroner noted the victim was nearly 30 and that he had been decapitated while still alive. In February 1937, on the shore east of Bratenahl, almost exactly where the Lady of the Lake had been found, another woman's upper torso washed up. 2 women, the same stretch of shoreline. It was this pattern that finally confirmed the Lady of the Lake as the Cleveland torso killer's very first victim. In June 1937, the 8th victim turned up. A rotting sack containing newspapers from June 1936 and partial female remains that had been dead for about a year. At first, she was identified as a missing prostitute named Rose Wallace. Police chased this lead, checked Rose's dental records, talked to her neighbors, and came up with absolutely nothing. Rose had vanished, and whether the woman in the sack was her, the authorities never said. That summer of 1937, labor disputes in the Flats district had gotten out of hand, and the National Guard moved in to keep order. One young guardsman was stationed on a bridge on the west side late at night when a tugboat passed underneath. A piece of human remains surfaced in its wake. Over the next few days, police dragged the river and recovered everything except the head. The coroner's examination revealed something even more horrifying this time. The killer hadn't just decapitated the victim, he'd hollowed out the abdominal cavity and taken the heart with him. In April 1938, a young worker was walking along the bank of the Cuyahoga River, heading to his morning shift in the Flats. Something was floating on the water. At first he thought it was a dead fish, but as he got closer, he realized it was a woman's leg, severed below the knee. It wasn't until a month later that Cleveland police pulled 2 sacks from the river and finally pieced together most of this female victim's remains. August 16, 1938. 3 junk collectors were rummaging through a dump, looking for anything they could sell, when they pulled aside a pile of rotting cardboard boxes and saw a man's double-breasted blue suit jacket. Inside was a woman's torso. Nearby lay a box wrapped in brown butcher paper, containing her legs, her arms, and her head. While Cleveland police were expanding their search of the area, they found a second body just yards away. This place was only a few streets from Ness's office, close enough to see from his window. It was as if the torso killer had left it there to mock him. By the time, after Prohibition was repealed, the legendary lawman, Eliot Ness, had seen his special task force disbanded and himself reassigned to alcohol tax enforcement. Then he got an invitation from Cleveland Mayor Burton to come to Cleveland with the title of Public Safety Director, overseeing police, fire, the entire city's public safety apparatus. What Burton needed from him was reform, cleaning up a corrupt police force, rooting out the rot. But by 1936, while he was busy ousting corrupt sheriffs and reorganizing the department, the torso killer had already claimed 6 victims. The press had gone absolutely wild. The Cleveland Press, the Cleveland News, the Cleveland Plain Dealer, all 3 running daily stories on the murders and suspects. Who was the Mad Butcher of Kingsbury Run? The question was practically staring the public in the face. Burton's pressure kept mounting. He needed an answer, a scapegoat. He needed this case to end on his watch. So he thrust Ness into the spotlight, and Ness was forced to transform from a city reformer into a hunter chasing the torso killer. August 18th, just 2 days after those 2 new victims were found. In the early morning hours, Ness led 35 police officers and detectives in a raid on the largest homeless encampment in Kingsbury Run. His team pushed through from north to south, searching every corner, and in the end they found nothing. No killer, no murder weapon, not a shred of evidence pointing to the Mad Butcher. So after arresting 63 people, Ness stood there on the riverbank, looked at those crooked shanties, and ordered them burned to the ground. The next day, the press tore him apart. The Chicago hero had become, in their eyes, an arsonist, a tyrant. Most of those 63 so-called suspects were released the very next day. Ness had arrested them without any legitimate grounds for detention, and he'd burned down the homes of thousands of homeless people. By this point, frankly, Ness was reeling from public backlash and the crushing pressure of being forced to solve the Torso Killer case. Not long after, Ness illegally arrested a man named Francis Sweeney. Francis was a surgeon with a history of alcoholism and drug abuse, and he possessed the professional anatomical knowledge the coroner had described. In a hotel room, Ness administered 2 polygraph tests to Francis. He failed both. The polygraph expert told Ness that Francis was their man, but Ness never charged him because Francis had a cousin, Martin, who was a U.S. congressman, Ness's political enemy, no less, and had publicly demanded to know when Ness would finally catch the killer. Charging the cousin of a congressman, an unstable doctor with war trauma and alcohol dependency, would have been virtually impossible to make stick. Later, Francis voluntarily committed himself to a veterans hospital where he would regularly send threatening postcards to Ness and his family. Whether Francis was actually the killer is hard to say with any certainty. All the evidence was circumstantial. But once he was institutionalized, the murders stopped. In 1929, Francis had been a surgical resident at St. Alexis Hospital, right near Kingsbury Run. He'd rented an office there, right next to the coroner's morgue. Clean, private, with an autopsy table. A man named Emil Fronek had even filed a police report in 1934 saying a doctor had tried to drug him, and the location he described was right near Francis's office. As a surgeon, Francis had access to the drugs, and when sober, he had the skill to handle those victims like surgical specimens. As for whether he had alibis, no concrete information was ever released. Maybe Francis was the closest Ness ever got to an answer, but he was too desperate to close the case, and too wary of Francis's cousin's political clout. He couldn't bring himself to arrest Francis publicly. Then there was another suspect. In July 1939, a county sheriff named Martin arrested 52-year-old Frank, charging him with Polilo's murder. She had lived with him for a while, and Frank had also been connected to Edward and Rose. At first, Frank confessed to killing Polillo. Then he recanted, claiming police had beaten the confession out of him. Not long after, Frank was found dead in his cell at Cuyahoga County Jail. Official cause, suicide by hanging. But when the coroner examined Frank's body, he found 6 broken ribs, all fractured during his time in custody. Clearly, Frank was almost certainly not the Mad Butcher of Kingsbury Run. He looked far more like a scapegoat, a sacrificial lamb trotted out so the police could announce a breakthrough in the newspapers. In the end, the Cleveland Torso Killer remains one of the most baffling cases in American criminal history. And here's what makes it even more haunting. Virtually all the official records, thousands of interview transcripts, autopsy photographs, fingerprint cards, suspect files were lost, destroyed, or simply erased. He was not some strange, far-out type person. He was just a normal person who loved to kill. If you made him mad, he would kill. One of the investigators involved in the serial murder investigation said in an interview, "On May 13, 1992, Fabienne Witherspoon, a young woman from Charleston, West Virginia, was driving under an overpass when she spotted a scruffy man holding a cardboard sign that read, 'I will work for food.' After seeing this, she pulled over to the side of the road. The man went up to her window and pulled a photo of his wife and child from his pocket. 19-year-old Fabienne, who had only just started living on her own, was moved by compassion and decided to take him home to get him some food so he could fill his empty stomach. Fabienne asked him to wait outside while she went inside to get the food. However, as soon as she got to the kitchen doorway, the man took the chance to force his way in. Initially, she thought he was just starving and had forgotten his manners. She didn't turn around to look, did not see him quietly pull a kitchen knife from the block. It all went exactly as you'd expect when you invite a wolf into your home. He got the knife and immediately made Fabienne go into the bathroom, where he tried to sexually assault her. Inside the bathroom, Fabienne was paralyzed with terror, but when the man began tearing at her clothes, her survival instinct kicked in. She grabbed a ceramic duck from the bathroom counter and smashed it with all her strength against the man's skull. Then, while he was in pain, she grabbed his knife and stabbed him in the stomach and thighs as much as she could. Later, Fabienne woke up in the hospital with stitches in her head and bandages wrapped around her palms, while the man, whom she had lacerated in the liver, kidneys, and testicles, had been taken to the intensive care unit and placed under police custody. During the interview, the 19-year-old girl said, "I just wanted to get away and I didn't realize I had stabbed him, and it was very, very, very hard to know that I had the capability of hurting someone like that. I always felt if something like that ever happened to me, I would faint and die. I would not fight, but I found out that I was somebody different." Nevertheless, fortunately, she was not among the victims who lost their lives because the man who attacked her was no ordinary person. He was a serial killer, the coast-to-coast killer Tommy Lynn Sells. I felt a surge of power like from a dose of a drug. People don't matter, it's about the crime itself. The feeling of blood, I got hooked on those sharp sensations. When Sells spoke these chilling words, he was not exaggerating. For him, murder was not an action of rage, revenge, or even necessity. It was an addiction, a dark, intoxicating high that consumed his life. From California to Texas, from the Midwest to the South, he killed indiscriminately, children, women, strangers he barely knew. His description of murder as a rush stronger than any drug revealed the true horror of his psyche. He killed for the feeling, not the reason. On June 28, 1964, Sells and his twin sister Tammy were born in Oakland, California. Their mother was single and they had 3 other siblings. However, tragedy struck when the twins were only 18 months old. Both Sells and Tammy contracted meningitis. Only Sells survived. After that, the young Sells was sent to Holcomb, Missouri, to be raised by his Aunt Bonnie. There, he lived a good life, and Bonnie treated him as her own child. She even wanted to adopt a boy. However, upon hearing of Bonnie's intentions to adopt Sells, his biological mother immediately took him back into her custody, but she soon began to neglect him. At the age of 7, Sells started regularly drinking alcohol from his grandfather's stash. In less than a year later, he began hanging out with an adult man called Willis Clark. However, Sells later said that this man had sexually abused him, and further claiming that his mother not only knew about it, but actually condoned and encouraged the relationship. This incident left a permanent scar on his psyche. Sells said that when committing his crimes, he would relive those experiences. At 13, under the influence of narcotics, Sells was found lying naked in his grandmother's bed. Then, he was thrown out of the house. This was not his first encounter with narcotics. 3 years prior, he had already been secretly using narcotics to chase thrills. After being expelled from the home, worse followed in quick succession. His mother left hometown with his other siblings and family members without goodbye, without explanation. And this abandonment became the turning point in Sells' life. By that time, 14-year-old Sells had no home to call his own and was forced to live on the streets. 3 years later, in 1981, Sells was still homeless. He spent those 3 years hitchhiking and hopping freight trains, wandering aimlessly across the country. He drank heavily, took drugs, and committed numerous petty crimes, burglary and robbery. At the time, he decided to visit relatives in Little Rock, Arkansas, where his mother had moved. However, upon arriving there, he attempted to molest his mother while she was bathing, and once again, he was angrily thrown out of the house. From then on, his relationship with his family became extremely hostile. His family members denied his existence, and himself made no secret of his contempt for them, especially his mother. During a prison interview, Sells said, "I am hate. When you look at me, you look at hate. I don't know what love is. Love and sorry are 2 words I don't like to use, because I'm all about hate." In 1982, Sells was arrested for public intoxication, but that was only one part of his long history of crime. After his release, he continued his wandering existence. During this period, he held several manual labor jobs. Though all were short-lived, what he engaged in more frequently were burglary, robbery, assault, and even murder. He claimed to have killed more than 70 people, and investigators have linked him to at least 22 murders. I know there's more. I know there's a lot more. Obviously, we'll never know the exact number, retired Texas Ranger John Allen said. On July 31, 1983, in St. Louis, Missouri, Sowell beat 4-year-old Tiffany and 33-year-old Colleen to death with a baseball bat. On July 26, 1985, in Springfield, Missouri, Sowell met 28-year-old Court and her 4-year-old son Rory. That same evening, Court made the fatal mistake of inviting the wolf into her home. She invited Sowell over as a guest. There, he killed Court and Rory with Rory's own baseball bat. On May 1, 1987, Sowell murdered 27-year-old Suzanne in New York State. On November 17th, Sowell slaughtered an entire family of 4 in Ena, Illinois. He first shot 29-year-old Keith to death, then used a baseball bat to bludgeon to death Keith's 3-year-old son, his 30-year-old pregnant wife, Elaine, and their newborn baby. On December 18, 1988, he slit the throat of 51-year-old Kent in Tucson, Arizona. On December 9, 1991, Sowell arrived in Marianna, Florida, where he beat 25-year-old Teresa and her 5-year-old daughter to death with a wooden table leg. Sowell was nicknamed the Coast-to-Coast Killer because he moved around the lot, hopping freight trains, hitchhiking, and stealing cars. He used no credit cards, wrote no checks, and made no phone calls, conducting all transactions entirely in cash. In this manner, he was virtually the perfect predator, extraordinarily difficult for investigators to track. One investigator said, "If you or I drove across the United States, we would be fairly easy to follow. We use credit cards and telephones, but this guy takes trains, uses no credit cards, doesn't use checks. It's kind of like chasing a ghost." In 1992, Sowell met Fabienne. He did not kill her. Instead, due to her resistance, he suffered serious injuries and was sentenced to 2 to 10 years in prison after signing a plea agreement for malicious wounding. While in prison, Sowell was diagnosed with bipolar disorder and married a woman named Nora, his first legal marriage. After his release in 1997, Sowell and Nora moved to Tennessee, but he repeatedly abandoned her to continue his interstate killing spree. October 13, 1997, Sowell murdered 10-year-old Joel in Lawrenceville, Illinois. 2 days later, he returned to Springfield and killed 13-year-old Stephanie. Sowell said that he had abducted Stephanie at night, taken her to a field, injected her with cocaine, raped her, and then strangled her to death. On April 4, 1999, he murdered 31-year-old Deborah and her 8-year-old daughter Halliburton in Gibson. On July 5th, he shot and killed 14-year-old Wofford in Oklahoma. Although Sowell claimed to dozens of murders and investigators confirmed at least 22 of them, he was formally charged and convicted of only 2. The first case occurred on April 18, 1999, during the annual Fiesta celebration in San Antonio, Texas, when he abducted 9-year-old Mary. He first sexually assaulted Mary, then strangled her to death. The other case was the one that led to his arrest, involving 13-year-old Katie and 10-year-old Crystal, the latter being the only victim to escape from his knife and assist in his conviction. The case took place in Del Rio, Texas. Prior to the case, Sowell had met Katie's father, Harris, at Grace Community Church, and had once visited Harris's home under the pretense of marriage counseling. On December 31, 1999, learning that Harris would be away, Sowell chose to strike. Armed with an 11-inch butcher knife, he slipped into Harris's trailer home through a window. At the time, Katie and Crystal were sleeping in a room with bunk beds, Katie on the bottom bunk and Crystal on the top. While the 2 girls were sleeping, Sowell first lay down beside Katie, cut off her underwear, and fondled her genitals. Then, Katie was awakened by his movements and screamed out, telling Crystal to go for help. Hearing Katie's screams, Crystal lifted her head slightly and saw a man with long hair, a thick beard, and fierce eyes. She witnessed with her own eyes as Sowell covered Katie's mouth with one hand and used the knife in his other hand to slit Katie's throat. After killing Katie, Sowell saw Crystal hiding on the top bunk. He then walked over to her and likewise slit her throat with the knife. Believing both girls were dead, he then wiped down the doorknob, took the window screen that might have retained his fingerprints, and discarded the knife and the screen in a field behind the house. However, Crystal did not die. After hearing Sowell leave, she crawled over to Katie's side. Hearing her friend emit choking, gurgling sounds, she tried to comfort her only to discover that she herself could not speak because her trachea and vocal cords had also been severed. Realizing she had to get help from others, The little girl saw lights in the distance in the darkness. So she began walking toward them, repeating silently in her mind, "Get to that house, just get to that house." After walking a quarter of a mile, she knocked on a door. Unable to speak, she wrote in blood-stained letters, "Harris, house hurt. Tell them hurry. My neck needs help. Will I live?" In the end, after undergoing surgery at the University Hospital in San Antonio, Crystal worked with a forensic sketch artist to draw a portrait of Sowell from memory, and she immediately identified him from a photo array. At 5:30 a.m. on January 2, 2000, police arrested Sowell at the trailer home where he was living. Sowell did not resist. He simply stood in the doorway and said one thing, "I'm glad I finally got caught. I'm tired of this." According to reports, Katie's father, Harris, told the Kansas City Star, "Sowell uprooted our family in just 10 minutes. He stole my daughter's accomplishments. Every birthday, every holiday. I'm in agony. I tried to help him. I talked to him. He was a down-on-his-luck guy. I tried to help him, and he repaid me by killing my daughter." On September 18, 2000, the jury found Sowell guilty of first-degree murder and sentenced him to death. While in prison, he confessed to killing Mary and received an additional life sentence without parole. At the time, Crystal identified Sowell in court, displayed her scars, and demonstrated how she had lifted her head to see her attacker. The defense attorney responded, "You are a brave girl. Thank you. I have no questions." April 3, 2014, Sowell's death sentence was carried out at the Texas State Prison in Huntsville. Crystal, Harris, and Mary's family members attended his execution. When asked if he would like to make a final statement, Sowell replied, "No." On March 15, 2000, inside San Quentin State Prison in California, Darrell Rich, the serial killer known as the Hilltop Rapist, was executed in the execution chamber. Just days earlier, at his clemency hearing, multiple victims' families had vented their fury. He's an animal, a man of evil desires who had shown no mercy and deserves none. A man named Burton Adams put it even more bluntly, "A lethal injection is far too kind. Maybe we should take him to that dump and use that rock." Their anger dates back 22 years to that summer, when Darrell sexually assaulted 9 women and girls, 4 of whom were murdered, and the youngest victim was just 11. The brutality was shocking. He repeatedly hit his victims on the head with rocks until they died. Burton's sister, the 17-year-old Patricia Moore, was lured to a remote area where she was not only raped and had her skull shattered with rocks. Darrell's final statement was the word, "peace," yet he had never shown of mercy in his life. On June 13, 1978, in Redding, California, a 25-year-old woman was walking alone across a bridge in the sweltering afternoon heat. It was there that 23-year-old Darrell intercepted her, tried to coax her down to the riverbank beneath the bridge to carry out his intention, sexual assault. When she refused, Darrell picked up a rock and hit her repeatedly on the head until her skull fractured. 12 hours later, she was found under the bridge. That was the opening chapter of Darrell's string of sexual violence. Barely 6 days later, on June 19th, Darrell stopped a 21-year-old woman on the street. With no one watching, he dragged her into his car and drove straight to a desolate area where he raped her. Afterward, the terrified woman, fearing he would kill her to silence her, told him she had a newborn baby at home who needed her care. These words saved her. Darrell let her go. Yet that very evening, he was bragging to his friends about how easy it was to attack women. On June 25th, Darrell abducted and sexually assaulted a 14-year-old girl. Then, on July 4th, he attacked 2 girls. The first was a 19-year-old girl. He assaulted her and then sent home. The second was 19-year-old Annette Edwards, who had just finished watching the Independence Day fireworks and was on her way home when she ran into Darrell. He dragged her to a spot near an embankment, raped her, and crushed her skull with a rock. 3 days later, her body was found just 2 miles from her apartment. 2 weeks after that, Darrell stopped a 15-year-old girl on her bicycle, pulled her into the roadside bush, raped her, and let her go. At that time, he became increasingly skilled at this approach and grew bolder and bolder. On August 2nd, 17-year-old Patricia Moore vanished. 4 days later, on August 6th, 27-year-old Linda Slavic also vanished. Then, on August 13th, 11-year-old Annette Selix was kidnapped while walking to a nearby market to buy groceries. The next day, her body was found under the John Creek Bridge in Shasta County, naked except for her underwear. The autopsy painted a horrifying picture. Annette had been raped, forced into oral sex, and bore teeth marks on her thigh. Multiple fractures, massive internal bleeding, and the fact that her body was curled into a fetal position all pointed to one unbearable truth. After being thrown from the bridge, Annette hadn't died immediately. She had suffered terribly before the end finally came. Soon, the Reading Police Department and the Shasta County Sheriff's Office launched their investigation. Annette's death fit all too neatly into the pattern of abductions and sexual assaults that had been plaguing the Reading area since June 13, 1978. Young women and girls approached by a male attacker, forcibly taken to remote areas or hilltops and raped. Because of these signature characteristics, the attacker had been dubbed the Hilltop Rapist. Almost 2 days later, someone at a garbage dump stumbled upon a woman's body. When police and the coroner arrived at the scene, the deceased was identified as Patricia, who had been missing for 2 weeks. She had been sexually assaulted, her skull severely deformed, several teeth broken, and the cause of death was confirmed as head trauma from blunt force injuries. While officers were still combing the area, they found a second body just 20 feet from Patricia. It was Linda, also sexually assaulted, but unlike Patricia, she had been shot. 2 bullets were found in her body. One had struck her neck, the other her mouth, severing her spinal cord and killing her instantly. August 20th. An anonymous caller reported to police that Daryl had told him about a body found at a garbage dump, the very same dump where Patricia and Linda had been found. The next day, officers brought Daryl in for questioning. He agreed to take a polygraph test and failed it, but without hard evidence, they had no choice but to let him go. Yet shortly after, another call came in. This time, the caller claimed Daryl had been boasting about his involvement in multiple murders, claiming he'd been paid $7,000 for a murder. He had even mimicked Linda's final pleas of, don't do it, and said Patricia was at the wrong place at the wrong time. August 23rd, police arrested Daryl while he was drinking at a bar in Reading. Meanwhile, the physical evidence collected from multiple crime scenes finally broke through. Semen samples, hairs left behind by the attacker, survivors' statements, forensic traces of tire impressions and fibers, and the bite marks on Annette's body, all of it pointed squarely at Daryl, and the gun used to kill Linda was also found at his foster mother's home. Then, Daryl confessed to everything: the sexual assaults on 9 women and girls, and the murders of Edwards, Patricia, Linda, and Annette. During a 2-hour interrogation, he said, "The only reason I got caught is because I wanted to get caught." On January 23, 1981, the jury found Daryl guilty of 3 counts of first-degree murder with special circumstances and 1 count of second-degree murder, sentencing him to death for 2 of the 4 killings. During his nearly 2 decades on death row at San Quentin, every appeal he filed was denied, and his execution date was ultimately set for March 15, 2000. When reviewing the appeals, Ninth Circuit Judge Michael summarized his crimes. To even the most hardened eye, the crimes were almost unimaginably brutal, savage attacks on defenseless young women, all sexually ravaged. 4 were also murdered, 2 bludgeoned to death, a 3rd shot in the face, and a 4th, an 11-year-old girl, thrown off a 100-foot bridge to her death. During the trial, Daryl's attorneys leaned heavily on his childhood, a domineering foster mother, his parents' divorce, suicidal tendencies as a teenager, chronic alcoholism. They framed his crimes as evidence of escalating violence, portraying him as a man whose mind had gradually unraveled until it finally snapped. But were these claims merely an attempt to shift blame, or did they truly explain the root causes of the violence? On February 14, 1955, Daryl was born in California and adopted as a young child by a Mormon family in Cottonwood. His foster mother was a domineering woman who treated caring for other people's children as a job, and this bred resentment in Daryl. He grew jealous of the attention those children received, and this over time until it became something far more serious. During elementary school, a school psychologist actually flagged Daryl's psychological issues, writing in his report that this child could turn violent in the future. But the report was ignored. No follow-up treatment, no intervention whatsoever. At 15, after his foster parents divorced, he started drinking heavily. At 17, following an argument with his girlfriend, he walked into the woods with a gun, claiming he was going hunting. In reality, he shot himself in the chest, his first clear suicide attempt. Not long after, he fired at a passing police car, hoping the officers would return fire and kill him. Both suicide attempts failed, and Darryl was arrested for assault with a deadly weapon and sent to the California Youth Authority. The psychiatric evaluation determined he was suicidal and needed immediate treatment. He refused. In 1975, Darryl married his girlfriend and had a child. On the surface, this looked like the beginning of a young man getting his life back on track. But in April 1976, a bicycle collision left his face injured and his nose permanently scarred. This accident seemed to deepen both his mental instability and his drinking. He stopped directing violence at himself and started aiming it at the people. His wife was the first to bear the brunt. He subjected her to physical and verbal abuse. So, a child who had once been neglected and tormented grew up to become an abusive alcoholic, and finally, in the summer, he turned into the nightmare of 9 women. In early 2000, as his execution date drew near, Darryl petitioned then-Governor Gray Davis for clemency, citing his model behavior in prison and his remorse. On March 7th, Gray Davis formally denied the request, emphasizing the sheer brutality of Darryl's crimes against his young victims. Victims' families' testimony formed the most crushing part of that clemency hearing. Annetta's aunt spoke of 22 years of agony, describing how Annetta's mother plays her child's death over and over in her mind. "I'm here to plead for mercy," she said. "Certainly not for Darryl Rich, but for us, the families of all his victims. Execute him and let him go to hell." One survivor said, "He has taken my ability to live in peace." Burton Adams, Patricia's brother, hadn't learned the full details of his sister's murder until the night before the hearing. Burton said, "A lethal injection is far too kind. Maybe we should take him to the dump and use a rock or maybe a gun. No, a gun's too lenient." On March 15, 2000, inside San Quentin State Prison, Darryl refused a last meal. He only drank beef broth, papaya juice, and Gatorade. At 12:13 a.m., he died in the execution chamber. Early on the morning of January 29, 2002, Stephen Wayne Anderson lay down on the gurney in the execution chamber at San Quentin State Prison. 48 hours earlier, then California Governor Gray Davis had denied his clemency request in a 34-page written decision. From when he became a professional burglar at the age of 17 in 1971, to when he shot an elderly woman without hesitation in 1980, and all the way to his execution in 2002, Anderson's criminal record spanned 2 states and included at least 3 murders. The policeman who arrested him wrote to the governor, "During my 25 years in law enforcement, I have come across a lot of cold-blooded individuals, but in my opinion, Stephen Wayne Anderson is without doubt the coldest I have ever dealt with." Anderson's confession in the interrogation room was even more chilling. "I was born and trained to be a killer. I always wanted to be a killer." July 8, 1953, Anderson was born in St. Louis, Missouri, the older of 2 children. On the surface, his family looked like a textbook dual-income household. Dad worked in the oil, Mom was a court clerk. But the reality was a household held together with fraying thread. Both of Anderson's parents carried their own psychological problems. His father wasn't just a drunk, he was a violent one, and Stephen and his younger brother bore the brunt of it physically. His mother went the other way entirely, emotional neglect. She actually told Anderson that she dreaded the days that you boys were born, and she told neighbors she preferred her dogs to her children. Although he never felt an ounce of parental love, Anderson, being the older son, still tried to hold the family together. As a little kid, he'd change his brother's diapers for his mother, take on chores hoping to lighten her load and maybe lift her mood. And when the abuse started, he'd throw himself between his parents and his brother to shield him. But when Anderson talked about his childhood, something strange happened. His father, he insisted, was a good, fair man. And the violence, that was just the trauma of losing friends in World War II. As for his mother, her mental unraveling wasn't her fault. She'd been framed for embezzlement, made the fall guy for a corrupt judge, and did time for it. Because of his mother's prison record and his own slight build, Anderson caught hell at school. The other kids called him son of a jailbird and Tweety Bird. In 1971, the family moved to Farmington, New Mexico. At the time, Anderson had just turned 17, but after taking the fall for a party his brother threw, his mother threw him out. No roof, just the street. So he did what he had to do to survive, became a professional burglar. He started breaking into churches and schools, stealing whatever he could carry. Not long after, he got picked up for burglarizing a Farmington school, and there were accusations that he'd been carrying a rifle and had squared off against 2 police officers. That November, at 18, he caught his first serious sentence, 1 to 5 years in Utah for aggravated burglary. By 1973, they'd tacked on 3 more aggravated burglary convictions. In 1975, they shipped him off to the Utah State Prison, but if anyone thought incarceration would straighten him out, they were dead wrong. During a movie screening in the prison hall, he pulled a knife and stabbed another inmate. In November 1979, Anderson walked away from a prison work furlough and vanished. For the next several months, he was a ghost. No home, no address, just riding freight trains from one place to the next. Then came May 26, 1980, the eve of Memorial Day. Dressed head to toe in black, gloved hands, Anderson slipped into a house in Bloomington, California. The place belonged to Elizabeth Lyman, an 81-year-old retired piano teacher. He'd been watching the neighborhood for days. That night, Anderson downed half a bottle of vodka, then cut Elizabeth's phone line with a knife. Just after 1 in the morning, he pried open the glass on a French door and let himself in. Moving through the pitch-black house, he checked room by room, trying to figure out if she was home. Later, Anderson would claim he'd been after a car, but after searching the place, he found she didn't have one. He pushed open the bedroom door, and Elizabeth woke to a shadow standing over her bed, and she started screaming, hoping someone in the neighborhood would hear. Anderson didn't hesitate. He raised a .45 caliber pistol and fired 1 shot into her face from less than 2 feet away. When he was sure she'd stopped breathing, he grabbed the blanket and covered her body, then bent down to pick up the shell casing. With an IQ of 136, Anderson very well knew that shell casing could carry his fingerprints and barrel markings, evidence that would bury him. Then he went to work searching the house for anything of value. The exact amount he took remains murky. Most news reports put it under $100. In a private letter, Anderson himself claimed 80. Court records estimated around 112. But either way, he killed an 81-year-old woman for pocket change. After murdering Elizabeth, Anderson stayed in her house for nearly 2 hours. He cooked himself a bowl of macaroni and eggs in her kitchen, then sat down in the living room and watched TV. However, Elizabeth's neighbor had heard the gunshot and called the police immediately. At 3:47 a.m., officers arrived and arrested him. The irony is almost too much to stomach. The black clothes, the gloves, the cut phone line, the shell casing, all that careful effort to leave no trace. And then he decides to hang around for 2 hours eating macaroni and watching TV until the officers literally knocked on the door. Over the next few days, Anderson was held at a substation in Fontana and interrogated twice. The first came 3 hours after his arrest, conducted by 2 officers from the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Office. He admitted to killing Elizabeth and confessed he was a fugitive. While waiting for Utah officials to arrive, the officers kept pressing him about other crimes. That's when Anderson claimed responsibility for 8 additional murders: his cellmate Robert Blundell, his client Timothy Glashin, and 6 contract killings in Las Vegas. Anderson only gave detailed confessions for 2 of those killings, Robert and Timothy. On August 24, 1977, while locked up in Utah State Prison, Anderson got into an argument with Robert in the prison kitchen. Robert was known as a snitch, and on his way out, he threw a sexual threat at Anderson. That was it. Humiliated and furious, Anderson grabbed a kitchen knife and stabbed him in the back, killing him. The Timothy case came after Anderson escaped from Utah State Prison. By then, he became involved with drug traffickers and started working as a hitman. On February 22, 1980, in Salt Lake County, Utah, a motorcycle gang member named Ace Fairbanks invited Anderson along to discuss a marijuana deal. Timothy Gran was their buyer. During the exchange, Ace grew suspicious. He thought Timothy might be a police informant. So Ace and Anderson drove him out to Mill Creek Canyon. There, Ace handed Anderson $1,000 to kill Timothy. Then Anderson pulled out that same .45 caliber pistol and fired 4 shots into Timothy. They left the body right there, figuring nobody would stumble across it. However, the body was found the very next day, and Anderson ended up hiding out in the canyon for months. This case wasn't until June 2015 that the Unified Police Department of Greater Salt Lake announced they'd gathered enough evidence through ballistic forensics to confirm Anderson and Ace as the killers. By then, of course, Anderson had already been executed 13 years prior, and Ace had died of illness long before that. The statute of limitations had run out too. As for those other 6 contract killings, one of the officers involved in Anderson's arrest was openly skeptical. He said he believed Anderson was good for the first 2 murders. The man remembered too many specific details for it to be fabrication. But the other 6? The officer had reached out to investigators across multiple jurisdictions, and nobody could find a single case matching Anderson's descriptions. No files, no corroboration. In the second interrogation on May 28th, Anderson reaffirmed the Robert and Timothy murders. He also told investigators plain as day, "I was born and trained to be a killer. I always wanted to be a killer." But come trial time, Anderson's story splintered apart. He admitted to killing Elizabeth, flatly denied the Timothy murder, and claimed Robert's death was self-defense. His defense team threw out the entire Vegas contract killing narrative entirely. They even brought in a psychiatrist to argue that something was fundamentally wrong with Anderson's brain, that the booze had hijacked his judgment the night he shot Elizabeth. However, the California Department of Corrections psychiatrist wasn't having any of it. Anderson had no mental illness, no disorder, nothing. The prosecution seized on that one sentence. "I was a born killer." They hammered it through the trial, through every appeal. Anderson tried to walk it back, calling it nothing but jailhouse bravado. The prosecution's response was devastating. You don't brag about being a killer if you're genuinely remorseful. Those two things don't live in the same house. On May 6, 1981, the jury convicted Anderson of first-degree murder with special circumstances, and the death sentence came down on July 24th. During the penalty phase opening statement, the prosecutor made Anderson's violent prison history the beating heart of his argument for death. Standing before the jury, his tone carried something close to a warning. So remember that when you consider what he's done and what he's testified to, this particular individual is a sociopath. He cannot live with anybody. He cannot get along with anybody. He kills people everywhere. He stabs people everywhere. He has stabbed an individual in prison. There is no place that anybody is going to be safe from this individual. He looks out for old number 1, and that's all he's concerned with, and forget about the rest of the world. For over 2 decades on death row, Anderson filed appeal after appeal, trying to overturn his conviction. Nothing stuck. But the man had time on his hands, endless, crawling time, and he used it. He taught himself Latin. He wrote poems, short stories, a play, even started a novel. His work started getting attention, won 2 awards, earned an honorable mention from PN America's Prison Writing Award, and one of his poems became the foundation for an off-Broadway play called Lament from Death Row. His supporters called him the Poet Laureate of the Condemned. Because of his literary achievements and what looked like genuine remorse, writers, human rights activists, and a circle of supporters launched a clemency campaign. Remarkably, even Elizabeth's and Robert's families got behind it, and asking that his sentence be commuted to life without parole. But both the U.S. Supreme Court and then Governor Gray Davis shut it down. Davis, in a 34-page written decision, pointed out that Anderson had called himself a professional burglar and hitman, and his record proved he meant it. One policeman on the case, Dennis, wrote to Gray, "During my 25 years in law enforcement, I have come across a lot of cold-blooded individuals, but in my opinion, Stephen Wayne Anderson is without doubt the coldest I have ever dealt with. I think that if you had any item that Anderson wanted, he would kill you and take it without giving it a second thought. The death penalty is a fair and just punishment for him." Anderson chose lethal injection. The night before, his attorney advised him to stay awake, to exhaust himself so the end will come easier. He refused and said, wanted to feel it all as repentance. On January 29, 2002, around midnight, over 200 protesters gathered outside San Quentin, holding a candlelight vigil for him. 30 minutes later, at 12:30 a.m., Anderson was pronounced dead, left no final words. He was the 10th person executed in California since the state brought back the death penalty in 1978. After cremation, his ashes were sent to an unnamed friend in Farmington. His life looks like a tragedy on loop. Childhood abuse spiraling into lifelong violence. On July 1, 1977, a middle-aged man with glasses walked into the Riverside County Sheriff's Office with his friend. His name was Patrick Kearney. The friend beside him was David Hill, his live-in partner. Kearney pointed at a wanted poster on the wall and told the officers, "Wear them." Kearney had been in the Air Force. After that, he worked as an engineer for Hughes Aircraft. But for 15 years, he'd been living a completely different life, one that had nothing to do with that mild-mannered facade. In Southern California, he'd pick up young male hitchhikers, lure them into his car, shoot them with a handgun, drive them back home, have sex with the corpses, then dismember them and stuff the pieces into industrial trash bags, dumped like garbage along highways and in remote areas. No struggle, no chase, no dramatic standoff. Kearney, later known as the trash bag killer, the freeway killer, simply ended his own reign of terror. What made it even more disturbing was his plea deal. In order to dodge the death penalty, he walked the officers through his kills like he was doing inventory, even leading them to the corpses. He cooperated so perfectly that Judge Paul Breckenridge Jr. couldn't help but say at sentencing, "I would only hope that the Community Release Board will never see fit to parole Mr. Kearney because he appears to be an insult to humanity." On September 24, 1939, Kearney was born in East Los Angeles into a relatively stable middle-class family. His father was a Los Angeles Police Department officer, his mother a stay-at-home housewife, and he had 2 brothers. But Kearney's early years weren't without their scars. Small and physically frail, he became target practice for schoolyard bullies from elementary school on. They beat him bloody and hurled gay slurs at him. Sissy, queer. Ironically, by all accounts, Kearney was actually more interested in girls. The bullying left its mark. As a teenager, Kearney grew quiet, withdrawn, his inner world curdling into something dark. He started fantasizing about killing people, and not just killing them, but skinning them alive. Dominant sexual fantasies took root alongside the violence. Years later, Kearney would admit in his police confession that at 13, he'd had sex with the family dog, one of his earliest sexual experiences. In order to straighten the boy out, his father bought him a .22 rifle. The officer taught his son to shoot pigs and chickens, explaining that the cleanest shot was just above and behind the pig's ear, minimal blood, bullet lodged in the brain. Maybe he thought this blood-soaked lesson would toughen up his soft son. However, it just perfected the technique Kearney would later use on human beings. Later, the Kearney family moved to Willcox, Arizona. His father switched careers to become a travel salesman, while Kearney enrolled in the local high school. The bullying never really stopped, but he did pick up fluent Spanish along the way. After graduation, he followed his parents to Dallas, worked a string of odd jobs, and in 1958, enlisted in the Air Force, stationed in Texas. It was during his service that Kearney met David Hill through a friend of a friend. They made an odd pair, Kearney at 5'7" and scrawny, Hill at 6'2" and built like a linebacker. Their on-again, off-again gay relationship would stretch across the next 15 years. In 1961, Kearney got his honorable discharge, and the two of them moved in together in Long Beach, California. By 1962, it fell apart. Hill went back to Lubbock and reconciled with his ex-wife. With Hill gone, Kearney started sleeping around with other men, diving deeper into the gay scene. He also tried marriage for a bit, didn't take, and after the divorce, he returned to California to take that engineering job at Hughes Aircraft. According to Kearney's later confessions, spring of 1962 marked his first kill, a hitchhiker in Orange County, California. He talked the man into riding out with him on his motorcycle to a remote spot near Indio. Once they got there, he shot him in the head and sexually assaulted the body. The second victim was almost too tragic to believe. He was the first guy's 16-year-old cousin, desperately searching for his missing relative after watching him ride off with a stranger. Kearney saw his opening, played the helpful Samaritan, offered to drive the kid around looking for his cousin. Same location, same gunshot, same violation. The first murder that would actually stick to him in court came around Christmas 1968, right there in his own home. He and Hill had patched things up, moved to Culver City. That day he lured a man named George up from San Diego, brought him back to the house, and while they were together, he shot him dead. Dragged the body to the bathroom, had sex with it, then went to work with an X-Acto knife, skinning and dismembering the corpse. In order to cover his tracks, he dug the bullet out of George's skull, buried the pieces behind the garage. But he was just getting started. These early kills were practice runs. By June 1971, he'd refined his craft into something almost industrial. John Demchick accepted a ride from him. He drove Demchick to some isolated stretch and killed him. Demchick's remains weren't found until February 1973. At first, they figured Demchick was just another undocumented Mexican who'd crossed the border and vanished. Then the coroner took a closer look. One bullet, left ear in, lodged in the right cheek. The signature shot, the one Kearney's father had taught him, right above the ear, clean and efficient. September 1973. 17-year-old James Fletcher Barwick hitched a ride with Kearney. His body turned up that same day. When the coroner cut him open, they found semen in his rectum, meaning this kid suffered one final violation before he died. From 1974 onward, Kearney was practically on a monthly schedule. He'd cruise the highways and gay bar strips in his Volkswagen Beetle or pickup truck hunting. Once someone got into his car, it was right hand on the gun, left hand on the wheel, waiting for an opportunity to kill, all the while maintaining just the right speed to avoid attracting attention. After the kill, he'd drive to some desolate spot to have sex with the body. Then came the hacksaw, the industrial trash bags, the dumps in canyons, landfills, along the freeway. That's how he got the name, the trash bag killer. Sometimes he'd leave corpses in the desert for the vultures and coyotes. Sometimes he'd beat the corpses, working out years of pent-up rage and bitterness. He told police the killings excited him, gave him that rush of dominance. Just thinking about sexually hurting someone, killing them, that got him off. Although Kearney primarily targeted young men, his victims also included children and teenagers. Among them was 5-year-old Ronald Smith. August 24, 1974, Ronald went missing in Lenox, California. That day, Ronald had begged his grandmother to let him go play at Lenox Park. At the park, Ronald got into an argument with his friends and decided to leave on his own. On his way home, Kearney's car pulled up in front of Ronald, and he lured Ronald into the car under the pretext of going for a drive. Along the way, Kearney took Ronald to McDonald's to grab a bite to eat, complaining that he was starving. However, that meal at McDonald's turned out to be his last. On October 12, 1974, Ronald's body was found alongside Ortega Road in Riverside County. His ankles were bound with underwear and semen was detected in his rectum. On June 16, 1976, 13-year-old Michael was murdered. The teenager from Redondo Beach had a long history of juvenile delinquency. According to Kearney's testimony, he happened to run into Michael near Inglewood Avenue as Michael was trying to hitchhike to Torrance. Then Kearney explained why he killed the boy. Michael kept bragging about his criminal history, kept asking where the burglar alarm was in Kearney's house. He concluded that the boy posed a potential threat, so he shot him. During police questioning, Kearney said, "I disposed of the body. You'll never find him." To this day, Michael's remains are still out there somewhere. His final victim was 8-year-old Merle Chance, a kid from the Venice neighborhood. On April 6, 1977, Chance was riding his bicycle near Kearney's workplace. Kearney stated that after killing Chance, he took the boy's body home to keep it overnight, and only the next day did he dispose of it in the Angeles National Forest. The one who finally ended it all was 17-year-old John LeMay. On March 13, 1977, around 5:30 p.m., John told his neighbor he was heading to Redondo Beach to meet someone from the gym, a guy named Dave. Dave was Hill. When John rang the bell, Hill wasn't home, only Kearney. Kearney played the gracious host, told John to watch TV while he waited for Dave, and then he pulled his gun and put a bullet in the back of John's head. 5 days later, John's body was found. But here's the thing. John had told his neighbor where he was going, so the police followed the trail and actually knocked on Kearney's door before Merle Chance was killed. During that visit, Kearney and Hill realized word about John was out. Then Kearney pivoted, confessed their gay relationship to the deputies, played the frightened lovers card, claimed they were terrified of becoming victims themselves. That half-truth performance was good enough. The police bought it, snipped a few carpet fibers for comparison, and walked away. After that first visit, the police ran the fibers they'd collected against the green threads investigators had pulled from the nylon tape sealing the garbage bag around John's body. Perfect match. But they'd screwed up the collection procedure, chain of evidence issues, so they needed to go back and do it right. On May 3rd, they showed up again, this time officially extracting carpet samples, demanding hair and biological specimens from both Kearney and Hill, and that's when they stumbled onto something else, a hacksaw crusted with dried blood. The lab results came back like a nightmare. Carpet fibers from John's body identical to Kearney's living room carpet, blood on the saw, John's blood type. The pieces were falling into place, and by June 3rd, the arrest warrants were signed. But Kearney had already smelled it coming. He'd written his grandmother in Barstow weeks earlier, instructed her to sell the house, settle the bills, told her he was moving. On May 26th, he and Hill bolted to El Paso, Texas. But it didn't stick. After enough phone calls from family, Kearney decided to turn himself in. July 1st, the two of them walked into the Riverside County Sheriff's Office. Kearney walked straight to a wanted poster on the wall and said, "We're them." Later, Hill was cleared of suspicion and proven to have no connection to Kearney's crimes, as Kearney had committed his crimes only when they had argued and he had left home. Thus, Hill regained his freedom. But Kearney, his real trial was just beginning. Facing questioning from investigators, he chose to make a full confession. At first, he admitted to 28 murders, then added 7 more, bringing the total to 35 lives taken. In order to save his life, Kearney cut a deal, full confession in exchange for his life. Prosecutors charged him with 21 murders. He pleaded guilty to all of them, got 21 consecutive life sentences. The police knew the other 7 he admitted to were real too, but without physical evidence, those cases just sat there, technically unsolved, forever in limbo. September 2025, Kearney's still rotting at Mule Creek State Prison. Never made parole, never will. Judge Paul Breckenridge Jr. got his wish, the one he voiced at sentencing. That cold fury barely contained. I would only hope that the Community Release Board will never see fit to parole Mr. Kearney because he appears to be an insult to humanity. "I think I killed her through them." When asked by the judge to explain his motive for murder, 47-year-old Carroll stood in the courtroom and said, "Carroll was one of the most notorious serial killers in American history. By that time, he had confessed to killing 14 women, including his wife. However, behind these murders lay a long, vicarious revenge that had begun in childhood. I think I killed her through them." This sentence was Carroll's most representative statement and the core explanation of his own murderous motive. The her he spoke of was his mother, the woman who had made his childhood miserable. He saw every woman unfaithful to family and love as a stand-in for his mother. By strangling them, he fantasized about achieving his revenge against her. Strangle them was to strangle her. On May 9, 1938, an ordinary family in Sioux City, Iowa, welcomed their second son. The father, Cole, was a hardworking laborer, and the mother, Vesta, was a homemaker. They named the boy Carroll. Unfortunately, in those days, the Great Plains of the Midwest suffered from severe drought and dust storms. Most families moved to California, and Carroll's family was no exception. They moved to Richmond. There, Cole found work in a shipyard. However, not long after that, the outbreak of World War II tore the family apart. Cole received his draft notice and was forced to leave for the front lines. During the time Cole was away from the family, Carroll's childhood nightmare began. In those days, many women left behind faced problems of emotional loneliness, economic pressure, and social temptation, and Vesta was one of them. Faced with these problems, Vesta, the mother left at home, the mother who needed to care for her children, began one cheat after another. What was unbelievable was that her cheating was not in the ordinary sense, for she forced the young Carroll to accompany her to her cheating place, hotel rooms, back seats of cars, strangers' apartments. She threatened him with violence to keep her secret. "If you tell your father, and then I will beat you to death." Beyond this, Vesta also subjected Carroll to a lot of emotional abuse, especially gender humiliation. She forced Carroll to wear frilly dresses and petticoats, dressing him up to look like a girl, and made him serve as mommy's little girl at parties for female guests to mock. After entering school, Carroll, a name that was almost universally mistaken for feminine at the time, made him the target of bullying by his peers. They mocked him as a sissy, a fake girl, mommy's little girl. In the end, these painful experiences led Carroll to develop a pathological hatred with unfaithful women, along with severe gender identity trauma and sexual psychological distortions. Carroll later said, "The kids teased me and it hurt. I felt hostility, and I retreated more and more into myself." In 1946, when he was only 8 years old, Carroll drowned his classmate Owen, who had mocked him, in the water at Richmond's yacht harbor. Owen's last words before dying were, "What's it like having a girl's name, Carroll?" At the time, the police hastily ruled Owen's death an accidental incident, and the truth of this murder would not be revealed until decades later, when Carroll disclosed it in his autobiography written in prison. In an interview, Carroll said, "I was primed. I had made the mental commitment I was going to get even with my mother, and things just built up and became an obsession." In 1957, after graduating from high school, Carroll joined the United States Army. However, he was dishonorably discharged in 1958 for misconduct after stealing a pistol and firing at vehicles on the highway. 1 year later, he attacked two couples parked in cars on a lover's lane. Shockingly, shortly after the attacks, Carroll voluntarily flagged down a Richmond police officer, stating that he wished to turn himself in. He confessed that he had long been tormented by violent fantasies of strangling women. It can be said that, apart from the murder in his childhood, Carroll was the first serial killer in history to warn the police before committing his series of murders. However, none of the policemen believed his words. Over the following 3 years, Carroll was merely placed in psychiatric hospitals without receiving effective restraint or treatment. In the final stage of his stay at Stockton State Hospital, a doctor named Weiss left a remarkably prescient diagnostic record. He seems to be afraid of the female figure and cannot have intercourse with her first, but must kill her before he can do it. Although Dr. Weiss had already diagnosed Carroll with antisocial personality disorder, in April 1963, he approved Carroll's release. After several years of observation, he had ultimately concluded that Carroll's condition posed no threat to others, convinced that Carroll was merely using threats of violence to obtain free room and board. What he did not know at the time was that a dangerous person who clearly expressed his fantasy of killing and had been diagnosed with severe personality disorder was sent back to society by his hand. After leaving the psychiatric hospital, Carroll moved to Dallas, Texas, where he sought refuge with his older brother, Richard. There, he met and married an alcoholic stripper named Billy. This marriage did nothing to change Carroll's pathological hatred of women. Instead, it made him more violent and paranoid. In 1965, after he got the idea that Billy was cheating on him, he set fire to a motel. In the end, he and Billy's marriage broke down, and he was arrested and sent to prison for arson. After serving his sentence, Carroll attempted to strangle an 11-year-old girl in Missouri. He had sneaked into her bedroom while she was sleeping and tried to choke her. This case led to his second arrest and a 5-year prison sentence. However, prison life did nothing in terms of rehabilitation. As Carroll himself later admitted, "If anything, I got worse." Following this release, Carroll headed to Nevada, where he once again attempted to strangle 2 women. Incredibly, Carroll chose to voluntarily commit himself to a psychiatric hospital yet again, once more revealing his homicidal fantasies to doctors. Tragically and outrageously, although the doctors clearly noted Carroll's mental condition and diagnosed him with antisocial personality disorder, alcoholism, compulsive behavior involving the strangling and raping of women, they chose not to notify the police to detain him, just simply bought him a bus ticket back to San Diego. This was Carroll's final explicit cry for help to the judicial and medical systems before he embarked on his series of murders. Yet once again, he was dismissed as someone merely trying to obtain free room and board. On May 7, 1971, 33-year-old Carroll encountered 39-year-old Louise in a bar. The two hit it off, and he then invited Louise to his car for what he promised would be a beautiful encounter. However, once inside the car, Carroll suddenly attacked, clamping his hands around Louise's throat and strangling her until she was completely dead. Just 2 weeks later, Carroll killed again. The identity of this second victim remains unknown. During later interrogations, Carroll explained his motive for these crimes. Those women had all been unfaithful to their husbands, and they were like the mother who had repeatedly committed adultery during his childhood and brought him such humiliation. In July 1973, Carroll married a barmaid named Diana, but this relationship was unhappy from the start. Both of them were heavy alcoholics, and arguments and physical altercations were routine in their household. So Carroll frequently ran away from home. However, Carroll's runaway was actually looking for his prey around the city. During those days, Carroll committed multiple murders, including one in Oklahoma City in 1977. He claimed that when he woke up, the woman was already dead in the bathtub, her feet and arms placed in the refrigerator, and flesh carved from her buttocks sitting in a frying pan on the stove. In September 1979, following a violent argument, Carroll strangled Diana to death. He wrapped her body in a blanket and stuffed it into a closet. 8 days later, a neighbor, noticing that Diana had not been seen for several days, chose to call the police. When the police arrived, they found Diana's remains in the closet, and the crime scene clearly indicated homicide. However, inexplicably, because the medical examiner detected that Diana's blood alcohol concentration was 4 times the legal limit, he hastily ruled her cause of death as alcohol poisoning, directly resulting in Carroll being released without charge after police questioning. Later, Carroll went to Las Vegas. There, he met Mary in a bar, and that very night, the two of them went to a motel and had sex. Then Carroll strangled Mary to death. Several weeks later, Carroll traveled to Dallas. In November 1980, within the span of a single month, he strangled 3 women to death in succession. In the second murder case, he was a suspect of the police. At the crime scene of the third case, he was arrested by the police on the spot. The victim of the third case was 43-year-old Thompson. At that time, Thompson's children had come to visit her. However, the person who opened the door for them was Carroll, who was drinking whiskey, while Thompson lay face down on the sofa, naked from the waist down. Carroll told the police that Thompson had invited him to her home to have sex, but the police found no evidence that Thompson had been sexually assaulted. Ironically, just as Carroll was about to be eliminated as a suspect due to insufficient evidence, Carroll voluntarily confessed to his crimes. He confessed that over the past 9 years, at least 14 women had died at his hands. He added that the actual number might be even higher, but because he was usually intoxicated when he committed his crimes, many details had long since been forgotten. For example, during his later trial, when describing the Oklahoma City murder, he said, This one is almost a complete blank. Evidently I'd done some cooking the night before. There was some meat on the stove in a frying pan and part that I hadn't eaten on a plate on the table. On April 9, 1981, Carroll was convicted of the 3 murders in Texas and sentenced to life imprisonment. In January 1984, upon learning of the death of his mother Vesta, Carroll's attitude underwent a marked transformation. He agreed to face additional murder charges brought by the state of Nevada, even though that meant he would be sentenced to death, and he did so nonetheless. In February 1984, Carroll was extradited to Nevada, where he was tried and convicted of the 2 murders committed in 1977 and 1979. In October, the Nevada court sentenced Carroll to death. When the sentence was pronounced, he addressed the judge, "Thanks." Before his execution, Carroll spent the time quietly, granting permission for a Las Vegas neurosurgeon to study his brain after death, in an effort to explain his violent life. The American Civil Liberties Union, the United Methodist Church of Reno, and several death row inmates jointly petitioned for Carroll's sentence to be commuted, seeking to spare him from the death penalty. However, their actions were met with Carroll's stern refusal. Carroll stated, "Prolonging my life would be a waste of taxpayers' money. I have made such a mess of my life that I do not wish to continue." At 2:10 a.m. on December 6, 1985, 47-year-old Carroll was executed by lethal injection at the Nevada State Prison. On October 30, 1942, in the gas chamber of Central Prison in Raleigh, North Carolina, David Herman Allen, murderer in one of the state's most notorious triple homicides, left behind his final words, "I am ready to go. I do not dread it. There is a better world for me. I have had a sad life, but that is over now. I have experienced God in my soul. I am glad to leave this world of sin." Obviously, this was no deathbed confession. If anything, it read more like a declaration of self-absolution, mistaking execution for some kind of spiritual salvation. And in that gas chamber, through 10 minutes and 20 seconds of suffocation, one thing was certain. Right up to the very end, the man showed neither fear nor remorse. Allen was born on November 18, 1905 in Benson, Johnston County, North Carolina, back when the town was still a vital railroad hub and the heart of tobacco country. He spent his childhood on the flat, monotonous plains of Benson, where cotton and tobacco fields stretched as far as the eye could see. He grew up with his sister Vida and brother John, under the care of William and Sarah Allen, 2 ordinary farmers just trying to get by. But when Allen was 8, that fragile peace shattered. William died, abruptly leaving Sarah to raise the children alone. In order to keep the family afloat, Sarah moved with the kids to nearby Banner Township, where she farmed and took odd jobs to survive. With William gone, their finances collapsed. Allen barely scraped through the local rural public school. Reading and arithmetic remained a struggle for him. As an adult, Allen became a withdrawn, tight-lipped young man. Unlike other youths who dreamed of escaping to the cities, he stayed put in Benson, surviving on casual labor. Apart from helping his mother with the farm, he never really held down any other kind of work. In the late 1920s, Allen married his first wife. The town records never bothered to keep her name, just some local girl around his age. They settled into a modest wooden cabin and had a child together. At first, their life was simple enough. Allen and his wife both worked at the local lumberyard. But then 1929 hit, and the family's finances collapsed along with everything else. In order to make ends meet, Allen and his wife decided to take in a boarder, 50-year-old Handy, who moved into their back room. Handy worked at a local grocery store. It started as a straightforward arrangement. The old man got a roof over his head, the young couple got some extra cash. But things took a turn nobody saw coming. Most days, especially after the baby arrived, Allen was the one working the lumberyard while his wife stayed home with the child. Yet whenever Allen came back, he'd find 50-year-old Handy sitting with his wife, poring over Bible passages, even teaching her how to use a typewriter, hand over hand. At first, Allen didn't think much of it, but once he realized Handy was spending more time with his wife than he himself ever could, he started seeing things differently. Those conversations, those little domestic scenes, they started replaying in his head over and over until finally Alan and his wife exploded into argument, the whispers escalating to slammed doors and shattered dishes. Once trust broke, every detail of daily life becomes evidence of betrayal. On the night of August 6, 1930, Alan was jolted awake by the baby's crying and found his wife's side of the bed empty. He rushed outside to search for her, and there it was, his wife lying in Handy's bed, her fingers tracing circles on the old man's chest. Alan didn't action immediately. He just walked back to his own bed, stared at the ceiling, and waited. When his wife finally slipped back beside him, he confronted her. When she admitted everything, Alan's rage found its target. He went to a neighbor's house and borrowed a double-barreled shotgun. Then he walked into Handy's room, raised the weapon, and demanded to know if the old man had slept with his wife. When Handy's trembling voice confirmed it, Alan's fury turned to action. He fired. Despite Handy's desperate pleas for mercy, Alan killed him. After killing Handy, Alan didn't run. He went straight to the work office first, told his colleagues to send a doctor to his house to try and save the man. Then he walked himself over to a deputy sheriff's home and confessed everything. In the county jail, when the sheriffs asked him why he'd done it, Alan explained it calmly enough. Handy's affair with his wife had made him angry, and he'd pulled the trigger. The court later convicted him of manslaughter, 20 years in prison. But here's the thing. Alan only served 4 of those years before walking free, back to Benson around 1934. His first marriage ended in divorce, and that second marriage, the one that led to the famous triple murder, fell apart for the same reason. From a psychological angle, Alan probably wasn't naturally the jealous type, but that first marriage betrayal had left him with a kind of infidelity trauma, a wound that never properly healed. Back in Benson, Alan remarried, this time to Ruth, 26 years old. For a few years, the family lived in relative peace, but economic pressure eventually forced Alan and Ruth into a separation, each moving back in with their own families. Distance, as it turned out, didn't build trust, it only fed his jealousy. Before long, Alan started suspecting Ruth of sleeping with their neighbor, William. Whether there was any real evidence for this, or whether it was just 1930 playing out all over again in his damaged mind, nobody can say for certain. January 14th, 1942, Wednesday, Benson, North Carolina, a sleepy southern town about 35 miles from Raleigh. At 1 in the morning, Alan, Ruth, Leon, and Letty drove up to Bill's filling station in town. The place was closed, then Alan got out to rouse the owner, he wanting cigarettes and something cold to drink. At that time, Alan was thoroughly drunk. But as he stepped out of the car, the others made a decision that would change everything. They left him there alone and drove off. Around 2:30 a.m., Leon and Letty dropped Ruth at her mother's house. Meanwhile, the drunk and abandoned Alan found himself alone in the dark at a closed gas station. He didn't wait around, just walked 7 miles back to his mother's house. There, he tried to borrow his brother's car to chase after Ruth, but got turned down. So instead, he grabbed his brother's 16-gauge shotgun and nearly a full box of shells. Around 3 in the morning, Alan arrived at William's place, just 500 yards from his mother's house, the man he'd suspected for years of sleeping with his wife. Alan knocked on the door and William, completely unsuspecting, stepped out onto the porch. Alan fired, reloaded, and fired again, and then he left William's body on the front porch and kept walking, his next target being his mother-in-law Claudia's house. 6 in the morning, still dark. Claudia, her son Grady, Ruth, and Ruth's 10-year-old son from her previous marriage, Rufus, were getting ready to start their day. Alan came straight to the door, pounding and demanding entry. Grady was sitting in the kitchen eating breakfast. He called through the door asking what Alan wanted, but Alan simply walked around to the kitchen window and fired through the glass, hitting Grady in the head. Hearing the shot, Claudia threw open the door and ran for her life. Then Alan barged inside, dragged Ruth out of bed, and stepped right past Grady, who lay there bleeding out. Ruth tried to fight back, ran to the smokehouse. Alan didn't chase her immediately. First he took a shot at Rufus. When he missed, he caught Ruth again, dragged her into the barn and put a bullet in the back of her head. After the killing, Allen drove Grady's car back to his mother's house, threw some clothes into a suitcase, and planned to flee to Elizabeth City. But his luck ran out fast. A tire blew, forcing him to stop at a familiar house along the way. There, seeing Allen shaking with nerves and blood on the car, the friend did the sensible thing and called the police. That's where they caught him. In February 1942, the Johnston County Superior Court opened the trial of the Allen case. The prosecution charged him with the murder of Grady, while also bringing in the killings of Ruth and William to establish the full foundation of a triple homicide. The defense team, for their part, pinned everything on temporary insanity, their core strategy being to attribute Allen's actions to extreme jealousy triggered by his wife's infidelity. On February 12th, Allen took the stand himself, testifying that Ruth had admitted to an affair with William earlier that day, a revelation that had, in his words, nearly driven him mad with uncontrollable rage. On February 16th, after closing arguments, the jury deliberated for an hour and 45 minutes before returning a verdict of guilty of first-degree murder, and the judge sentenced him to death in the gas chamber at Raleigh's Central Prison. On October 30th, 1942, at 10 in the morning, inside the gas chamber, Allen faced the witnesses and delivered his final, calm words. "I am ready to go. I do not dread it. There is a better world for me. I have had a sad life, but that is over now. I have experienced God in my soul. I am glad to leave this world of sin." 10 minutes and 20 seconds after the gas was released, Allen died. There was no fear in his final words, no remorse, only a strange spiritual comfort, as if he wasn't going to die, but going to a better place. Freeway Phantom case were a series of serial killings that occurred in the early 1970s. Between April 1971 and September 1972, 6 black girls, aged between 10 and 18, went missing in Washington, D.C. When there were no consequences for murder, the Phantom only became bolder and more ruthless. When kidnapping the 3rd victim, he made her call her family and tell them that a white man picked her up and she's heading home in a cab. In the pocket of the 5th victim was a provocative note that read, "I will admit the others, when you catch me if you can." Faced with these young lives, the police department, which was almost entirely white at the time, asked the victims' families prejudiced questions. Why were they on the streets at night? Why were they dressed provocatively? In that period of severe racial discrimination, the color of the victim's skin was one of the key factors hindering the discovery of the truth. Nearly 50 years have passed. Forensic technology has advanced significantly, resulting in the arrest of several serial killers whose crimes had previously gone unsolved. However, due to the mistake made by investigators, forensic evidence and case files were accidentally destroyed. So, the Freeway Phantom case, the first known serial killer case in Washington, D.C., remains buried deep in the archives to this day. Who's the Phantom? What's his motive? No one knows the answers. The first victim of the Freeway Phantom case was Carroll. She lived in a community in southeast D.C., was one of 8 children in her family, raised by a single mother named Thompson. On the evening of April 25, 1971, Carroll was sent by her sister to the 7-Eleven, half a mile away from their home, to buy some food. But a half hour later, when she should have finished her shopping and returned home, she did not come back. With each passing second, Carroll's 7 siblings and Thompson became more and more anxious. Thompson called the police, but the officer gave the standard response, she might have run away from home. The little girl was close to her family and had never considered running away, something all the family members knew. Realizing that the officer could not offer help, Thompson immediately organized a search party with friends and neighbors. They searched the community and the vicinity of the convenience store for hours. Unfortunately, there was no result. On May 1st, just 6 days later, the worst news came to Carroll's family. The officer found a body behind St. Elizabeth's Hospital near Interstate 295, and that was Carroll. The forensic report stated that the victim had been sexually assaulted and strangled to death. In addition, undigested food was also found in her stomach, which meant, for most of the time she was missing, she had been held captive somewhere by the murderer. Just as the police were preparing to conduct a thorough investigation into the case, social upheaval suddenly disrupted all their plans. In 1971, Anti-war sentiment was running high in the United States. A large number of anti-war demonstrators poured into Washington, D.C., chanting, "If the government won't stop war, we'll stop the government." Faced with such a massive demonstration, the police were forced to act. Romaine, the detective investigating Carroll's murder, was also affected. Her superior ordered her to stop working on Carroll's case and focus on maintaining social order instead. Then, the investigation into Carroll's murder came to a standstill. More than 2 months later, an officer found the body of a girl on an embankment near the Interstate 295, just 15 feet away from where Carroll's body had been found. Under the scorching July sun, the body had severely decomposed, with the face unrecognizable and making the cause of death difficult to determine. Later, the victim's identity was confirmed by her family. She was 16-year-old Johnson, a girl who had just started a summer job and who lived in the same community as Carroll. On the morning of July 8th, she left home as usual to start her shift at the Oxon Hill Recreation Center. However, even though it was after working hours, she still hadn't returned home. Her anxious mother immediately called the police to report her daughter missing, but as in the Carroll case, they responded that she might have run away. Following Johnson's death, Carroll's family was certain that the police would uncover more information about Carroll's murderer. But just 8 days after Johnson's body was found, on the afternoon of July 27th, Brenda was sent by her mother to a grocery store a block and a half away from their home. However, by the time it was completely dark, Brenda still had not returned home. Worried that Brenda might have got lost, her mother went straight to the grocery store, leaving Bertha, who was 7 years old, and their stepfather at home. At around 9:20 p.m., while waiting for her sister and mother to return, Bertha received a phone call. It was Brenda, saying that a white man had picked her up and she is heading home in a cab, but she felt that she had left Washington, D.C. and went to Virginia. Several minutes later, the phone rang again. It was the stepfather who answered. Brenda, crying, told him that she was inside a house with a white man and was confused about what was going to happen next. The stepfather demanded to speak to the man, then there was a sound of heavy footsteps on the phone. Hearing the footsteps, Brenda said, "I'll see you." At 5 a.m. the following day, Brenda's body was found by a hitchhiker in a prominent location on the U.S. Route 50 near the Baltimore-Washington Parkway in Prince George's County, Maryland. As with the first 2 victims, she had been sexually assaulted and strangled, and her shoes were missing. On October 1st, 12-year-old Yates was sent by her father to a Safeway store just 1 block away from their home. She bought some food and left the store, and less than 3 hours later, her body was found on the shoulder of Pennsylvania Avenue in Prince George's County. She had also been sexually assaulted, strangled, and her shoes were missing. As the cases continued to unfold, the Black community's frustration with the slow progress of the police investigation gradually intensified. The tense atmosphere was further exacerbated by media coverage, with newspaper headlines filled with questions about the cases. What exactly happened? What measures have the police taken? Some media outlets began to speculate that these murders might be the work of a serial killer who used Interstate 295 to track down his victims and escape, as all the victims were found near the freeway. So they called the murderer Freeway Phantom. Initially, however, the police did not believe there was a connection between these murders. When they were unable to solve the cases, the FBI joined forces with all law enforcement agencies to form a task force. They began assisting in the forensic investigation and conducting a collective inquiry into the murders. After re-examining evidence from the victims' remains, task force investigators discovered a crucial clue. Forensic experts found hair that did not belong to the victims in the underwear of 3 of them. The hair was from a Black person and did not belong to the victims themselves. As more details were found, the investigators finally linked the 4 murders together. They were almost certain that the murderer was a Black man. A witness to the second murder reported seeing Johnson sitting in a black car driven by a Black man after she disappeared. The 2 phone calls Brenda made were forced by the murderer. He deliberately provided inaccurate information, such as claiming a white man had taken her and she was in Virginia, in order to buy time and mislead the investigation. Shortly thereafter, however, the 5th victim emerged. On November 16th, an officer found Woodard's body near Prince George's County Hospital on Baltimore-Washington Parkway. Unlike the other victims, her shoes were still on her feet and she was wearing a coat draped over her chest. Inside one of the coat pockets was a note that read, "This is tantamount to my insensitivity to people, especially women. I will admit the others when you catch me if you can." The note was signed by the Freeway Phantom. "I'm scared for myself and worried for all the little girls that come after," Brenda's sister, Bertha, said. Romaine remarked everyone was reporting suspects to the police station. Priests, police officers, doctors, every man you could think of had been a suspect at some point. Just as the investigation was in full swing, the murders stopped. Perhaps the involvement of FBI and the intense media attention had frightened the Phantom, causing him to halt his killing spree, but only temporarily. 10 months later, on September 5, 1972, Diane, 17-year-old, left her boyfriend's house in southeast D.C. and never returned home. "I remember the night she didn't come home. I couldn't sleep all night," Diane's sister recalled. The next morning, the officer found her body near Interstate 295. Unlike the other victims, although she had been strangled, she had not been sexually assaulted, and her shoes were still there. By this point, all 6 victims of the Freeway Phantom case had been identified: Carroll, Johnson, Brenda, Yates, Woodard, and Diane. During the investigation, the investigators, due to the victims' ages, had tried to link known pedophiles and sex offenders to the murders, but no result. As time went on with no suitable suspects, viable leads, and due to the victims' race, the priority of other cases gradually increased. The Freeway Phantom case faded from the public eye, and the task force was disbanded. However, it continued to haunt the investigators who were eager to solve the case and the victims' families. Barry, the retired FBI agent who had been part of the task force, recalled, "You never lose interest in this case. What you had seen and what you had learned about the deaths of these girls was so upsetting. What had happened to that person to make him hate so much that the only way to make that hate go away is to watch some little girl die in front of him?" In 1987, after Romaine was promoted to sergeant, she decided to reopen the investigation into the Freeway Phantom case. She wanted to start by reviewing the case files and forensic evidence from back then. However, the initial investigators, believing that the Freeway Phantom case was outdated and no longer important, had destroyed forensic evidence and case files. This mistake was also one of the key reasons why the case remained unsolved for so long. Freeway Phantom case had a gang of suspects and a significant suspect. The gang, known as the Green Viga Rapists, is believed to be connected to multiple sexual assaults and kidnappings in Washington, D.C. and surrounding areas of Maryland. In order to learn more about the Green Viga Rapists, 3 investigators, Fickling, Irving, and Richardson, visited Lorton Prison and interviewed several members of the Green Viga Rapists. During one of these interviews, an anonymous gang member claimed that another gang member had confessed to him about involvement in the Freeway Phantom case and shared details about one of the murders. Since the confessing gang member was also incarcerated in Lorton Prison, he would only provide more information if he could remain anonymous to protect himself from being implicated. Later, 3 investigators reached an agreement with him. In order to verify the authenticity of his claims, the member disclosed details of the murders that had not been made public and were known only to the murderer and the police. Just as the investigation was on the verge of a breakthrough, however, Maryland was holding elections at the time. One of the candidates publicly announced to the media that there had been a breakthrough in the Freeway Phantom investigation, claiming that an inmate in Lorton Prison had provided relevant information. Realizing that he had been exposed to the public, the anonymous member refused further interviews and denied ever communicating with the investigators. The significant suspect was a computer technician named Robert, 58-year-old. In March 1977, Robert was charged with kidnapping and raping a woman at his home in Washington, D.C. Subsequently, an investigator named Davis interrogated him and found that he had been previously charged with multiple murders. On December 28, 1938, aged 19, Robert had served whiskey laced with cyanide to 5 women at a brothel, resulting in the death of 31-year-old Ruth. 2 days later, on December 30th, he stabbed another woman, 26-year-old Elizabeth, at the same location. After his arrest, Robert was detained at Gollinger Hospital for psychiatric observation. There, he broke free from his restraints and attacked 3 orderlies with a chair. In April 1952, he strangled 42-year-old Lavra to death. Robert was suspected of being the Phantom because he fit the FBI's behavioral profile and had been charged with multiple murders. In 1990, an FBI criminal analyst completed a behavioral profile of the Freeway Phantom based on old case materials and conversations with investigators. The profile indicated that the murderer was most likely a psychopathic woman-hater, aged between 27 and 32, who had possibly lived or worked in Southeast DC and was likely to have been acquainted with several of the victims. The behavioral profile seemed tailor-made for Robert. He was psychopathic woman-hater, and his daughter was friends with some of the victims. But his modus operandi was entirely different from that of the Phantom. He used poisoning, stabbing, and strangulation. His choice of victims also differed. The women he killed were all over 20 years old. More crucially, after the Freeway Phantom case began, Robert was investigated and polygraphed, and his backyard was searched by the police, but no evidence was found. Freeway Phantom case, the only way to crack now would be for someone to come forward with new information or for usable DNA to be found, and then the same techniques used to catch the Golden State Killer, modern forensic genealogy, could be employed to apprehend the long-hidden Phantom. Back in the 1990s, in Greensboro, North Carolina, the corpses of 6 black women turned up, one after another, in forgotten corners of the city. But because they were drug users, sex workers, their deaths, brutal as they were, some dismembered, some decapitated, barely stirred the waters. The local police acted very slowly, saying that the risk was only part of their job. In the early days of the investigation, they divided the murder cases into isolated cases and investigated them separately. Even when they had no clue, they arrested an innocent person with weak evidence. Meanwhile, the real killer, Robert Alston, kept right on going. It wasn't until 1994, when he was locked up for assaulting and attempting to rape a 29-year-old woman, that the police finally connected the dots. Same methods: abduction, sexual assault, strangulation, dumping the corpse. The core of this case isn't just police indifference, it's that the story only got a flicker of attention in 2016, when a journalist named Nancy McLaughlin sat down with Robert for a prison interview. In April 1991, 23-year-old Joanne Robinson was last seen on the streets of Greensboro climbing into a car. Joanne was a black woman addicted to crack cocaine, and to scrape together money for her next fix, she had ended up working the streets. Just like the police said, it's just part and parcel of their job. Several days later, her naked body was found just a few blocks from her home. Joanne's death didn't attract much attention. Sex workers continued to solicit customers on the streets for sexual services. On June 23rd, the sexually assaulted body of 35-year-old Cheryl Mason was discovered. A few months later, in October, 26-year-old Sharon Martin was reported missing. Like Joanne, Martin was a street sex worker deep in the grip of drugs. But her killer wasn't finished after strangling her. He decapitated her, dismembered her, and scattered her remains across multiple areas of Greensboro. 3 women died in quick succession, the third of them being butchered and decapitated. It was only then that the Greensboro police finally took action. However, their manpower and budget were extremely limited at the time, and the cases of Joanne, Mason, and Martin had initially been treated as isolated incidents. That attitude ground the investigation to a crawl, and nothing of real value ever surfaced. 19-year-old Shamka Warren was a girl being eaten alive by addiction. In May 1992, her family reported her missing. Maybe they prayed she had just wandered off, that she'd find her way back. But by July, police found her naked, decapitated body in a vacant lot. 2 months later, on September 22nd, in a wooded area, the sexually assaulted body of Denise Robinson was discovered. Then, March 1993, a man named Larry Darby Jr. was arrested, branded the sole suspect in 5 murders. After his arrest, he insisted he was innocent, said over and over, "I ain't killed nobody." After DNA testing proved Darby right, the reason for the police's arrest of him was also opened. The evidence of their arrest of him was as thin as paper, with almost nothing, except that he happened to be near the crime scene and some vague witness narratives. 41-year-old Lois Williams was the last known victim of the Greensboro serial killings. She had once been a manager at the News and Record, a respectable job, a normal life, but crack cocaine sank its hooks into her, cost her the job, cost her everything, until she too was working the streets. On December 14, 1993, police found her body at Piedmont National Cemetery. In subsequent interviews with witnesses, investigators got a crucial piece of information. The last time Williams was seen alive, she was with a black man, roughly 6 feet tall, about 185 pounds. In January 1994, in Guilford County, North Carolina, a 29-year-old woman was standing by the road trying to hitch a ride, and Robert pulled up in a dark blue Pontiac, told her he could take her back to Greensboro. But that car never headed for Greensboro. Instead, he drove her to a forested area near the James Benson Dudley High School, where he attacked her, beat her, raped her, and then threw her off a bridge into the waters of a nearby river. Robert's arrest came down to his own carelessness. What he didn't know was that the victim survived. A few passers-by found her barely clinging to life and rushed her to hospital. She told police everything: a black man in a dark blue Pontiac, the woods, the assault. At the station, investigators showed her a photo lineup, men with records, men on their suspect list, and she picked out Robert Alston. In reality, after 6 women were dead, Robert wasn't arrested for murder. He was picked up for an assault and attempted rape. But investigators had already had him on their radar for a while. Many of the victims were found near his home, and his build matched the witness description: 6 feet tall, close to 200 pounds. They just couldn't pin him down, not without hard evidence. But the survivor's identification finally cracked the case open. On January 28, 1994, police arrested Robert, confirmed as the hitchhiker's attacker. In the interrogation room, maybe it was some warped need to show off, to feel important, he voluntarily confessed to killing Williams, that 41-year-old former manager. On April 18th, the court handed down its verdict. Based on his confession, he received his first life sentence for Williams's murder. After he went inside, Robert stayed quiet about the rest. Prior to 1996, he kept denying any connection to the deaths of Joanne, Martin, and Warren. Then, in 1996, he reached out to the prosecutor's office on his own and admitted he had strangled 23-year-old Joanne. On August 19, 1996, the courtroom convened again. Robert was charged, convicted, and handed a second life sentence. Toward the end of 1997, he contacted the prosecutor's office once more. This time, he claimed responsibility for the murders of Martin and Warren. Even though investigators hadn't found any direct evidence linking him to those 2 cases, he was still sentenced to his 3rd and 4th life terms on September 3, 1998. At sentencing, Robert described in a tone that bordered on mockery how he had strangled those women, how he had dismembered their corpses, not a trace of remorse. When the judge and Warren's mother begged him to reveal where the remaining body parts were hidden, he refused. He said, "I have had time to search my soul. What I did was wrong, and I've made peace with God. Only me and God will have those answers." Since his conviction, Robert has been shuffled between prisons across the state. Beyond the 4 murders he was convicted of, he remains the prime suspect in the killings of Denise and Mason, though neither case was ever prosecuted and both remain officially unsolved. In the mid-2010s, he granted interviews to 2 different journalists. During one of them, Robert stated that he was responsible for more than 4 murders, but was unwilling to cooperate with the Guilford County prosecutors. In another interview conducted by journalist Nancy McLaughlin, she later recalled that he just looked evil. It was then that Robert delivered his most famous and final public statement. "I won't feed anyone's fascination with my crimes. That trigger, that one thing that pushed me over the edge. I'll die with that. I don't see myself as a serial killer, but people do." Society is so quick to put monikers on people, name tags. Robert Alston, that's who I am. During his more than 30 years in prison, Robert never revealed his motive for the crime, never opened a window into his mind. In the interview, he hinted at some deep, heavy trauma, something that might explain why he did what he did, yet he swore to carry it to his grave, refusing to let scholars, journalists, anyone pick apart his psychology. However, looking at the first half of his life, he had spent it keeping everyone at arm's length. And after his arrest, his father told reporters that there was little to no emotional intimacy or trust between them. He was born in Greensboro on May 19, 1969, one of 2 children in the family. His father worked as a school custodian, his mother as a factory worker. They were poor, but nothing in Robert's upbringing shows up in the records as significant family dysfunction, No domestic violence, no broken marriage, no history of alcoholism or drug abuse. His childhood is largely a blank page until high school, when he enrolled at the local Grimsley High. Back then, teachers described him as introverted. Throughout those years, he had no close friends, no prom date, no real connection with anyone. His classmates barely remembered him. On the surface, he was a social outcast at school. After graduation, Robert headed to Georgia, enrolled in a junior college, and dropped out after his very first semester. After that, he formed a close relationship with a woman. In 1989, they had their first son, and in 1991, a second child. But shortly after the second birth, Robert suddenly clashed with his partner, abandoned both children, and moved back in with his parents in Greensboro. He was 22 that year, the same year young black women started vanishing from the streets of Greensboro. Clearly, Robert's whole life traces a steady pattern of withdrawal. From childhood straight through to adulthood, he deliberately avoided forming real emotional bonds with anyone: parents, partner, children. Beneath a family background that looked normal on paper, his extreme psychological defenses hint at some unrecorded early wound. And the absence of documented family dysfunction doesn't mean there was no trauma. Some of the most severe psychological injuries happen in families that look perfectly fine from the outside. Emotional neglect, the slow accumulation of shame. Maybe that's exactly why he refuses to explain the thing that made him collapse. When San Francisco's Castro district was hailed as the mecca of gay liberation on the American West Coast, a young black man, later known as the Doodler, would appear in the late hours at all-night diners or linger in the corners of gay bars, approaching solitary white gay men, usually middle-aged white guys. He would introduce himself as an art school student or a cartoonist, then pull a pen from his pocket and sketch animals on napkins or draw a portrait of his target. Like my doodles? That simple question in that artsy bohemian city was dangerously charming. That was how he built connections with these men. But it was also his trap. When he lured them to secluded beaches or parks, Ocean Beach, Golden Gate Park, Land's End, their fate was death. The Doodler, a serial killer never brought to trial, committed one of the most notorious cold cases in American history from January 1974 to June 1975. Though San Francisco Police Department officially confirmed 6 victims, some seasoned investigators believe the true death toll could be as high as 14. Unlike the infamous Zodiac Killer case, also in San Francisco, the Doodler's crimes nearly vanished from history, only resurfacing in recent years. One victim's family didn't even learn until nearly half a century later that their loved one had been murdered by someone called the Doodler. Let's be real here, the cases that grab headlines and police attention are usually the ones involving middle-class white girls, cisgender and respectable. Doodler's victims? Gay men? Back then, the San Francisco Police Department even had dedicated units to surveil and trap and systematically harass the gay community under vice laws. In the early hours of January 27, 1974, the San Francisco Police Department received an anonymous call. "I believe there may be a dead body," the caller said, "at Ocean Beach, across from Oloa Street, if you follow the street right down to the water." No one knew who the caller was, probably just a witness who didn't want any trouble. When several officers arrived at Ocean Beach, what greeted them was the sight of a male corpse lying face down on the sand. He looked to be around 50, bald, heavyset, with 16 stab wounds scattered across his back and chest, including defensive wounds on his arms. It took the police several days just to identify the victim, 49-year-old Gerald Kavanagh, a furniture refinisher from Canada, a closeted gay man living alone in Haight-Ashbury. One man was murdered and 16 people were stabbed. Today, this will be the front page news everywhere. But what about that time? Local newspapers didn't cover it much, and the police didn't prioritize it. Because it was the early days of gay liberation, and no one really cared about the lives of those who deviated from the norms. The police often ignore crimes against homosexuals, and they have even set up a specialized force to arrest them. One openly gay investigator later recalled, people were getting robbed, harassed, beaten. The Doodler just took it to another level. He killed them, and he got away with it because First of all, the police honestly didn't care. And even after a second victim turned up, nothing changed. 5 months later, on June 25th, a woman out for her morning walk found a body in the bush near Spreckles Lake in Golden Gate Park. It was 27-year-old Joseph Stevens, 3 stab wounds, piercing his lungs and abdomen. There wasn't much blood at the scene. Chances are he'd crawled there alive, desperately trying to escape whoever he'd come to the lake with in those final moments of his life. But real panic didn't set in until July 7th, when a woman walking her dog, she later admitted she had nightmares for years, found Klaus Christmann at Ocean Beach. This 31-year-old German immigrant had died horrifically, his throat slashed, 15 stab wounds across his body. Christmann was different from the previous victims. He was a married father in San Francisco just to visit friends. When police found a tube of makeup in his pocket, investigators sat with that detail in silence for a long time. It hit them then. An unknown serial killer was hunting men who kept their sexuality hidden. The gay community realized it too, that someone was randomly attacking their own. So men in the Castro started warning each other, don't go off alone with strangers, especially not to Ocean Beach or Golden Gate Park. The next case came on April 27, 1975. 52-year-old postal attorney Warren Andrews was found at Land's End, his face unrecognizable. This time, the killer didn't use a knife. He beat Andrews into unconsciousness with rocks and tree branches. Andrews lingered in a hospital bed for 7 weeks before succumbing to his injuries. He never regained consciousness, never got to describe his attacker. His death wasn't officially linked to the Doodler until 2022, when his sister first heard the killer's nickname from police, nearly half a century later. On May 12th, 32-year-old Frederick Capin was found behind the sand dunes at Ocean Beach. This Vietnam veteran, a registered nurse who'd risked his life under fire to save 4 wounded Marines. His chest was stabbed multiple times, one blow slicing through his aorta. Evidence at the scene showed the Doodler had dragged his body at least 20 feet after killing him. The last confirmed victim was 66-year-old Swedish sailor Harold Goldberg. His remains discovered in the bushes at Lincoln Park Golf Course on June 4th. By then, he'd been decomposing for nearly 10 days, his face so eaten away by maggots that he was barely identifiable. There were 3 survivors in the Doodler case. Their testimonies could have been the key to arresting this killer, yet they ended up becoming silent witnesses of that era. One of them was a European diplomat. One night in July 1975, this diplomat met a young black man doodling at a restaurant. For reasons unclear, he accepted an invitation back to his apartment. There, the young man stabbed him 6 times in the back, nearly killing him. Terrified for his career and family reputation, he refused to go public, refused to testify in court. Even in 2021, when a San Francisco Chronicle reporter tried to track him down, he chose to remain silent. The second survivor lived on the same floor as the diplomat. They didn't know each other, yet both were attacked within 2 weeks. They never acknowledged one another. In those days, gay men living in the same building often deliberately avoided each other, because any connection could become evidence against them. This second survivor spent the most time with the killer. He provided police with the most detailed description of the Doodler's speech, mannerisms, and methods. The third survivor was described as a well-known entertainer, rumored to be some Hollywood celebrity. Police tried contacting him multiple times, never getting a response. The silence of these 3 survivors creates the cruelest irony of the Doodler case. They were the only ones who could identify him. Their testimony could have built the case. Yet social terror rendered them voiceless. In November 1975, based on information from the diplomat and the second survivor, police finally released a detailed sketch of the Doodler to the public. A young black man, tall and thin, around 6 feet, wearing a dark Navy-style watch cap. In their bulletin, they deliberately emphasized his preference. He liked targeting foreigners, people unfamiliar with the city. Obviously, this wasn't random. Outsiders were more dependent on strangers' kindness, sitting alone in gay bars while the Doodler sat beside them, moving in. After the sketch was released, police received 2 leads. One came from a Bay Area psychologist who claimed his patient, a gay man who'd started dating women in an attempt to correct his orientation through therapy, had possibly confessed to the murders. But investigators never confirmed this patient was the suspect, and doctor-patient confidentiality applied. Even if the psychologist had been willing to break ethics, the law wouldn't have allowed his testimony in court anyway. The second lead came from an anonymous woman who called multiple times over 10 days, providing a suspect's name and license plate, a specific, traceable identity. Even more shocking, at least 2 other people independently gave police the same name. In an era without computerized databases or cross-referencing systems, 3 separate sources pointing to the same name should have been a breakthrough. Yet police never released the name, nor explained why this lead didn't result in an arrest. Perhaps they couldn't locate the anonymous woman to get her to testify formally. In 1976, police told newspapers and made public statements that they'd interviewed a strong suspect, a young black man with a history of psychiatric treatment for sexual issues. At a 2022 press conference, they still said that same interviewed suspect remained their focus. But the central dilemma hasn't changed. Prosecuting the Doodler requires all 3 survivors to testify publicly. That means they can't remain anonymous. They have to face the defendant, the public, and the media in open court. An activist and politician who later became a major figure in San Francisco's gay rights movement said at a community meeting, "I understand their position. I respect the pressure society puts on them." What that activist basically meant was this: asking survivors to testify was asking them to become martyrs, not for justice, but for a justice system that never protected them. In those days, cops were still entrapping gay men on various charges while demanding those same men step forward for their cases. Several years ago, forensic genetic genealogy led to the arrest of the Golden State Killer after decades in hiding. Inspired by this, San Francisco police reopened the Doodler investigation. They submitted DNA samples from 2 murders for modern testing, and in 2021 they found new DNA evidence from Andrew's crime scene. Meanwhile, they raised the reward to $250,000 and released an age progression sketch of the Doodler. They say they will never give up on the case. In the early years of the 21st century, there was a strange smell around Ray's Sausage on Imperial Avenue in Cleveland. The smell brought discomfort to the local residents, and even the birds, which used to perch on a wire that runs near the business, stopped coming after the smell started. Something is going on. The birds stopped coming, and that was because of the smell. It was a terrible smell, one resident said. Humans are good at finding rational explanations for their fears. Since the smell was coming from the direction of Ray's Sausage, it must be spoiled meat, the sewer system, or the curing spices that had gone bad. Ray's Sausage owner even spent $30,000 to clear the pipes and clean up the sewage. At that time, no one imagined that the real problem came from the house next to Ray's Sausage, 12205 Imperial Avenue. On October 29, 2009, several police officers, holding an arrest warrant for a rape case, knocked on the door of the house. When no one answered from inside the house, they broke down the door. At the time, the house was empty. But after searching the house, the officers found 2 female remains in a bedroom on the 3rd floor. The subsequent search was like opening Pandora's box. 4 sets of remains were buried in the crawl space of the basement. More bones were buried in the backyard, and they even found a human skull inside a plastic bucket. Over the course of more than 2 years, the remains of 11 women had been hidden in the same house. What was most chilling was that the smell of decomposition had permeated the entire community for years, yet the neighbors had assumed it was a problem with Ray's Sausage. Beyond that, what was most disheartening was the conduct of the local police, who repeatedly received missing persons reports from the families of the victims, yet time and again they chose to ignore them. "If they're using drugs, they'll come back when they're ready," one police officer said. The killer was called Anthony Sowell, had served in the Marine Corps, and appeared to be an ordinary neighbor. No one could have imagined the darkness of Sowell's inner world, or that his house would become a tomb for black women, drug addicts, and marginalized people. On August 19, 1959, Sowell was born in East Cleveland, ranking third among 7 siblings. Sowell's mother, Garrison, was a single mother who raised all these children alone. Sowell's childhood was filled with extreme abuse and violence, but the main victim was not him. Rather, he was one of the perpetrators. Sowell's niece, Davis, recalled that Garrison frequently subjected the children to physical abuse, especially her. On one occasion, Garrison forced her to strip naked in front of the other children and whipped her with an electrical cord until her skin was torn open and bleeding. Even worse, from the age of 10, Sowell raped Davis almost daily for 2 years. On January 24, 1978, 18-year-old Sowell joined the Marine Corps. He served a total of 7 years and was officially discharged on January 18, 1985. During his 7-year Marine Corps career, he did not display any bad habits or behavioral issues. However, in 1989, his violent tendencies were exposed to the justice system. That year, a woman who was 3 months pregnant was attacked by him with binding and asphyxiation as she attempted to leave his home. He tied her hands and feet with neckties and belts and stuffed a cloth into her mouth to gag her. The woman later said, "He choked my neck forcefully. My body started to go numb. I thought I was going to die." In 1990, Sowell was formally charged with kidnapping, rape, and attempted rape. In the end, he was guilty to attempted rape and was sentenced to 15 years in prison. In 2005, Sowell left his prison and worked in a factory. After being fired in 2007, he began receiving government welfare benefits and scavenging scrap metal throughout the community to sell for a living. Sowell was a friendly guy. He had a big smile and he liked to sit on the porch and slowly sipping King Cobra, sometimes bringing a few girlfriends home. He just looked like an ordinary person, one neighbor said. He would play chess in the front yard and host barbecue parties in the summer, inviting everyone to join. However, Sowell had a serious need to be in control and dominant. He signed up to an online dating service, presenting himself as a master seeking submissive partners for discipline and training. During this time, he got romantically involved with Lori, who was the niece of the then Cleveland mayor Frank Jackson, and let her move in with him at his house. Lori later said that Sowell's house often had a bad smell. When she asked him about it, he would just say it was his stepmother downstairs or that it was problems from the raised sausage. In 2008, Lori finally had to leave because she couldn't stand the smell anymore. She never thought that the smell was coming from dead women. Not many people have an idea of what a dead body smells like. It's a kind of gaseous, fleshy, rotten stench that's mixed with blood and tissue. When it persists, people gradually become numb to it. One investigator explained. 11 women lost their lives. They were not just numbers, they were mothers, daughters, sisters, and friends, all trying to get by in tough situations, but unfortunately, ending up as Sowell's victims. 35-year-old Crystal had been seen by her mother as a responsible child and her little mother hen. However, fate was cruel. After the death of one of her children, the pain of losing her baby plunged her into drug troubles. Sowell lured her into his home by offering her drugs, then raped and murdered her. At that time, after Crystal went missing, her family chose to report it to the police, but were ignored by them. 33-year-old Tishana went missing in 2008. Her family said that she would often bring food to homeless people living in their cars. After years of homelessness, she had finally secured a small apartment in the Woodland Hills neighborhood. Yet just as her life was beginning to turn around, she was dead. In August 2008, 25-year-old Long was murdered, and in October, 45-year-old Michelle was murdered. In her youth, Michelle had made her way through New York and New Jersey, and eventually choosing to return to Cleveland to restart her life because she had been battling drug addiction for many years. However, she became Sowell's victim. One of Michelle's family said, "Someone stealing Christmas decorations can make the news, but a missing mother goes completely unnoticed." In November 2008, 52-year-old Tanya was murdered. On January 29, 2009, 44-year-old Smith was killed. In the spring of 2009, 47-year-old Hunter was murdered. In April 2009, 44-year-old Nancy was murdered. On June 3, 2009, 48-year-old Janice was murdered. Also in June, 31-year-old Fortson was murdered. In September 2009, 38-year-old Diane went missing. 11 women, 11 lives plagued by drugs, poverty, and social indifference. Among them were daughter who carefully cared for her disabled father, grandmother who devoted her whole heart to raising 5 grandchildren. They were all struggling to survive in difficult circumstances. As the prosecutor stated during the trial, Sowell specifically targeted marginalized women because he knew that the disappearance of these people would not alarm anyone. In September 2009, 50-year-old Sowell extended an invitation to Lori Billups, asking her to come to his house to smoke crack cocaine together. On September 22nd, a battered and bruised Billups walked into the Cleveland Police Department and recounted a horrifying story. After entering Sowell's home, they had a few drinks, but Sowell suddenly began beating her, strangling her throat with both hands, and raping her after she lost consciousness. Fortunately, she regained consciousness quickly. After confronting him for a while, he let her go. October 29th, several police officers, armed with an arrest warrant for the rape case, broke into Sowell's home. 2 days later, this man, known as the Cleveland Strangler, was captured while on the run, bringing his criminal career to an end. Further investigation revealed that, in addition to the 11 victims, there were 3 survivors, all of whom had been lured to his home under the pretext of using drugs together and subsequently suffered rape. And in reality, that was not the first time Sowell had been arrested by the police. As early as 10 months prior, he had been arrested due to allegations from another survivor, but was released without charge due to a detective's decision. One of the darkest investigative failures in the history of the Cleveland Police Department. On December 8, 2008, 41-year-old Gladys Wade, covered in blood, flagged down a patrol police car. She said a horrifying story to the patrol officers. Sowell had invited her inside for a drink, and when she refused, he suddenly attacked her, dragged her up to the 3rd floor, bound her with neckties and belts, and choked her until she lost consciousness. When she woke up, she found herself naked and being sexually assaulted by him. Then, she struggled free from his control and escaped through a broken glass window, her fingers bleeding profusely from the cuts. The patrol officers immediately took action. They rushed to Sowell's house and found struggle marks in the snow, blood stains on the steps, women's clothing and underwear in a trash can, and glass shards on the window, all of which confirmed that Wade was not lying. Thus, Sowell was arrested on the spot. Later, the case was transferred to the Sex Crimes and Child Abuse Unit, assigned to a detective named Georgia. But 2 days later, when Georgia reported the case to the assistant prosecutor, she explicitly stated that there were conflicts between Wade's account and Sowell's version, and that there was no evidence supporting the sexual assault allegations, resulting in Sowell being released directly. And on the very night of Sowell's release, Georgia did something utterly inexplicable. She returned to Sowell's residence alone. She saw the broken glass that Wade had described, but she did not enter the house, did not report any abnormalities, and did not inform anyone of her visit. When later questioned by attorneys as to why she returned, Georgia defended herself by claiming she wanted to examine the scene, yet insisted that this did not change her assessment of Wade's testimony. She seemed to be defending him, a victim rights attorney said, and her defense cost the lives of 5 women who came after. After his arrest, Sowell faced 11 counts of aggravated murder and 74 related charges, including rape, kidnapping, tampering with evidence, and abuse of corpses. On July 22, 2011, the jury found him guilty of 9 of the 11 murder charges. On August 10th, the jury recommended the death penalty. 2 days later, the judge adopted the recommendation and formally sentenced him to death. Later, on February 8, 2021, Sowell died at the Franklin Medical Center in Columbus, Ohio. When the police found the 11th body in Sowell's residence, his neighbors finally realized the smell they had complained about for years had not come from the Ray's sausage. The owner, Ray, testified in court saying, "Because we're in the meat business, everyone thought it was us. But when they walked into our factory, there was no smell. It was always outside." However, upon learning that the smell had come from 11 decomposing human remains, Ray did not feel any relief. He said, "Knowing the truth didn't make me feel better. It only made me feel that all of us were living 3 feet away from hell." What shocked the community residents most was the indifference of the Cleveland Police Department. The families of the missing women reported to the police multiple times, only to be told that they were drug users who would come back on their own. Residents filed complaints with the police, yet never received serious investigations. This structural neglect of marginalized groups ultimately cost the government a heavy price. In 2011, they reached a settlement with the victims' families, paying $1.3 million in compensation. In addition, the Dark House was demolished, and later there was transformed into a memorial called the Garden of 11 Angels. One neighbor said, "I couldn't wait for them to tear it down. Everyone wanted it gone. It is a bad memory. I never want to see that house again." He's a killing machine. A prosecutor said, "I don't think I have ever seen or heard of anybody who more thoroughly embodied more of what we think of as evil than Kenneth McDuff." John Moriarty, chief investigator for the Texas Department of Corrections, put it, "Kenneth is the only man in Texas history to have been sentenced to death for murder, paroled, arrested again, and convicted of murder, and then sent back to death row a second time." On March 21, 1946, Kenneth was born into a wealthy family in Rosebud, a town in central Texas. His father, John Allen, was a Freemason who had already built up a fortune in the concrete business before the construction boom of the 1960s. His mother, Addie, was a homemaker. Born the second to last child in the family, Kenneth never lacked for his family's affection from an early age, especially from his mother, Addie. Whatever his siblings had, Kenneth had to have. Whatever others didn't have, whenever he opened his mouth, Addie would unconditionally satisfy his demands. Growing up in such an environment, Kenneth gradually became accustomed to everything going his way. It was as natural to him as breathing. He never imagined air could run out. He was a hothouse orchid, bloated on attention, until the day the glass shattered. When things didn't go his way, he would become volatile and aggressive. This frequently happened when he was at school. After Kenneth entered Rosebud High School, because of his unpredictable character and what Addie did, his reputation became very bad. On the surface, Addie was a kind homemaker, but in reality, she was a woman with a violent temper. Once, because of some trivial matters, the school bus driver kicked Kenneth's twin brother, Lonnie, off the bus. When Addie learned of this, she didn't call the school to complain, nor did she seek out the principal to reason with him. She went directly to the bus driver with a gun. No one knows exactly what she said, but from then on, the bus drivers became extremely polite whenever they saw children from their family, and Addie earned herself a nickname, the Pistol-Packing Mama. Because of this nickname, Kenneth was frequently mocked by students his age, saying he was a spoiled child of a rich mother, a child of wealthy people. Over time, Kenneth responded to the verbal attacks from those students by finding Tommy, the kind of boy who was good at sports, had many friends, and was liked by teachers, and they got into a fight. However, Kenneth lost, and lost badly. Before graduating from high school, Kenneth went to work at his father's company doing manual labor. At that time, it was the 1960s, and Kenneth's father, John, was running a company related to the construction industry during the Texas construction boom. That period was Kenneth's favorite time. Even later, when he was interviewed in prison, he would always talk about those days. He said, "Those old ladies just loved the way I mowed their grass. Others were jealous." No one knows whether those old ladies' praise was real, but later records show that while he was boasting about his gardening skills, a series of burglary cases were occurring one after another in Bell County, Milam County, and Falls County. In 1964, when he was 18 years old, he was sentenced by the court for 12 counts of burglary and attempted burglary, each carrying a 4-year sentence to be served concurrently. In other words, for a young man who had just become an adult, that was a long time. However, Kenneth did not take this sentence very seriously. In December 1965, Kenneth was granted parole and returned to society early, and shortly after his release, however, he was imprisoned again for fighting. At this time, Kenneth was still just a burglar and a brawler in police records. He hadn't taken any lives, but one of his associates knew more. Roy Green later became his accomplice. He said that Kenneth loved to boast at that time, saying that he had committed far more crimes than were recorded in his file, saying that he had raped and killed 2 young women. No one knew whether what he said was true or false, but 1 year later, in 1966, the occurrence of a triple murder case made everyone have to take a fresh look at this young man. August 6, 1966, Kenneth and Green had spent all day working at a construction site, pouring concrete for Kenneth's father's company. A month earlier, Kenneth and Green had met each other through an acquaintance. The two were not close friends, but they were close enough to pass time together. After finishing work, they decided to head to Fort Worth to find something to do. Around 10 o'clock at night, after the party ended, the two were driving around aimlessly in a Dodge car, and then they drove to the local high school. Kenneth said he was looking for a girl. Green did not ask who she was, but before long, Kenneth pulled over near a local baseball field. There were 3 young people standing beside a Ford car, smoking and chatting. They were 17-year-old Robert and his 16-year-old girlfriend Sullivan, 15-year-old Mark. While they were chatting, they did not notice that a car had quietly stopped 150 yards away. Kenneth took out a .38 Colt revolver, and as he got out of the car, he told Green, "Pick up the cane and come with me." Immediately after, they walked one after another toward the 3 young people. Kenneth raised the gun and shouted, "Hand over your wallets or I'll shoot." Even after getting the wallets, however, Kenneth still ordered them to hand over the car keys and made them climb into the trunk of the Ford car. He said to Green, "I have to kill them." He drove the Ford car onto the highway, while Green followed behind in the Dodge car. Shortly after, they left the highway and stopped in a field by the roadside. The leader of the crime, Kenneth, opened the trunk and said, "I'm going to let this young lady out." He forcibly pulled Sullivan out of the trunk and signaled Green to lock her in the Dodge car. In the trunk of the Ford car, the 2 young people knelt and begged for mercy, pleading with Kenneth to spare their lives, but Kenneth had already raised his gun. He first fired 2 shots at Robert, then fired 4 shots at Mark. Then he turned and instructed Green, "Go, take that boy's shirt to wipe the fingerprints off the Ford car." After killing the 2 boys and cleaning up the fingerprints, Kenneth drove with Sullivan and Green to another secluded location. There, although Green later claimed he was forced, he and Kenneth together carried out hours of gang rape and torture on Sullivan. When they were finished, Kenneth asked Green for something that could strangle a person to death. Green unbuckled his own belt and handed it over, but Kenneth did not take it. He took out a 3-foot-long broomstick from the Dodge car. He first choked Sullivan's neck, then used the broomstick to break her neck. In the end, Sullivan's body, which had suffered hours of torture, was casually thrown into the bushes by him. Killed 3 young people, Kenneth felt no fear whatsoever. He drove to a gas station in Hillsboro, dozens of miles away, where he bought 2 bottles of Coca-Cola. The next day, after waking up, Kenneth buried the murder gun in the dirt beside the garage at Green's house. However, Green had not slept well the previous night. After worrying all night, he got up and found Richard's parents and told them exactly what Kenneth had made him do. Richard was the friend who had connected him with Kenneth. Upon hearing the news of the loss of 3 young lives, Richard's parents did not immediately call the police. They first passed the information on to Kenneth's mother, Addie, the mother who had always spoilt Kenneth. No matter how much she loved her child, knowing what her son had done, she could no longer change what had already happened. In the end, Kenneth and Green were arrested. Their trial came quickly. Kenneth was sentenced to death, while Green, having become the prosecution's main witness, was sentenced to 25 years in prison. Kenneth was sent to death row in Huntsville, where he remained safe and sound for 6 years. So why and on what basis could a criminal who had committed murder have his death sentence changed to life imprisonment and then leave death row without escaping? The reason he only spent 6 years on death row was that in 1972, the United States Supreme Court made a historic ruling in a consolidated case. They ruled that imposing the death penalty without first taking into account the nature of the crime and the characteristics of the defendant constituted cruel and unusual punishment in violation of the Constitution. In the end, all death penalty executions nationwide were suspended, and the death sentences of 629 death row inmates, including 88 death row inmates in Texas, were all commuted to life imprisonment. Later on, Kenneth's parents made many efforts for Kenneth's parole release. In addition to Addie's concern, John provided funding throughout the entire process to find ways to get Kenneth paroled. In 1977, they spent money to hire lawyers, gathered materials, and wrote multiple letters to the parole board claiming Kenneth was innocent. In 1981, they attempted to use $10,000 to bribe a man named Glenn, one of the members of the parole board, to pave the way for Kenneth's parole application. However, Glenn immediately reported this matter, and Kenneth was sentenced to an additional 2 years in prison for it. The ultimate reason why Kenneth was granted parole was the corruption within the parole system. When the time came to 1987, as everyone knows, in the 1980s, Texas prisons were already severely overcrowded, with an average of 2 to 3 prisoners housed in a single cell. So, in 1987, the prison system decided to parole 750 prisoners per week. That meant the 15 members of the parole board had to interview and review the files of at least 1,000 prisoners every 5 working days. However, even if they truly wanted to study those prisoners, the prisoners' files would only contain the most basic information. They would not record what crimes they had committed, whether theft, assault, or triple murder like Kenneth's. Prosecutor Johnson said, "They were letting everybody out. It was a travesty. It was an embarrassment, and it was wrong. People were dying in the streets because of it." In 1989, Kenneth was paroled. After spending 23 years in prison, he found a job at a gas station earning $4 per hour, and at the same time, he was taking classes at Texas State Technical College. On the surface, at least, his life appeared to be on the right track, but anyone who knew about his crimes knew that his calm never lasted long. On the 3rd day after his release, a woman named Parker died. This 29-year-old woman died in Temple, 48 miles south of Waco. Her body was not found until October 14th. Soon after, he violated his parole terms in Rosebud and was sent back to prison for making death threats against a black teenager, as well as for public intoxication and driving under the influence. This time, Addie still loved her child as always. She took out $2,200 and gave it to 2 lawyers in Huntsville, hoping they would assess whether her child could be paroled again. In the end, on December 18, 1990, Kenneth was paroled once more. October 10, 1991, Brenda was standing on a street corner in Waco. She was an experienced sex worker who knew how to spot danger, but Kenneth's appearance and manner were no different from any other client. Until Kenneth roughly tied her up with rope, and she finally realized she had been kidnapped. Before long, Kenneth stopped the car because 3 police officers were checking vehicles on the road. Soon, one of the officers noticed Kenneth and walked over. At that moment, in order to be rescued, Brenda began kicking the rear windshield, even nearly shattering it. However, when the officer called for his colleagues to come over and drew his pistol, signaling Kenneth to get out of the car, Kenneth simply started the car and accelerated directly toward the 3 police officers. The 3 officers later wrote in their reports that all 3 of them had to jump aside to avoid being hit and could only watch helplessly as Kenneth drove past them, brushing by their sides. Although they reacted quickly and immediately pursued Kenneth in their patrol cars, Kenneth was a madman. In the middle of the night, he directly turned off his headlights and drove the wrong way down a one-way street. In the end, Kenneth stopped the car in the woodlands near US Route 84, where there were no lights, no witnesses, and he directly tortured Brenda to death. 5 days later, Kenneth was still in Waco. He was in a motel, where he had an argument with a woman named Moore. 21-year-old Moore was also a sex worker. However, even though they had an argument, in order to make money, she still chose to get into Kenneth's car. Beside Texas State Highway 6, there was a patch of wasteland. There, Kenneth used a pair of long nylon stockings to bind Moore's hands and feet. And her remains, like Brenda's, were missing for 7 years and were not found until 1998. December 29th, in Alston, the capital of Texas, Kenneth and an accomplice were driving around. When they passed by a car wash, they saw a woman washing her car. Then, Kenneth directly got out of the car. He walked up behind that woman, choked her throat with one hand, pulled her backward with the other hand. Colleen Reed, later the police learned her name, struggled a few times, but Kenneth's strength was too great. He directly pulled her into the back seat and drove away from the scene. This kidnapping incident occurred in broad daylight, and many people at the car wash witnessed everything with their own eyes. Based on eyewitness evidence, local police quickly confirmed Kenneth as the suspect and figured out his activity patterns, finding that he was always hanging out with a former criminal named Worley. Then, Tim, a deputy sheriff, checked Worley's file and found him to have a conversation. Although the first conversation yielded nothing, Tim noticed that Worley seemed to be hiding something, because Worley's eyes wandered when he spoke and his fingers kept trembling. But he did not press Worley for answers. He simply noted down Worley's address, and in the subsequent months, he frequently drove to find Worley, sometimes bringing Worley a cup of coffee, sometimes just sitting in the car chatting casually. Over the long period of time they spent together, Worley had grown accustomed to his presence. Finally, in April 1992, Worley called him and said, "Please come over as soon as possible. There are some things that need to be discussed." 18 minutes later, Tim arrived outside the motel where Worley was staying. Worley said that when he and Kenneth were in Austin, Kenneth had kidnapped a young girl. Then, after returning to Tim's office, he recounted the complete course of events of that day. They were just going to Austin to drive around and getting high, but when Kenneth saw Colleen, Kenneth temporarily changed their plans. He kidnapped her while Worley was responsible for driving. They first drove around the neighborhood a few times, then entered the Interstate 35. Worley saw everything happening through the rearview mirror. In the backseat of the car, Kenneth used shoelaces to bind Colleen's hands, burned her with cigarettes, sexually assaulted her. Colleen kept screaming, begging Worley to stop the car, hoping he would call the police. When Tim asked Worley why he didn't seek help or try to help her, he said he was very afraid because Kenneth was in the back seat, because Kenneth had a gun in his hand. As the car drove to Bell County, Kenneth dragged Colleen out of the car, beat her until she collapsed on the ground, then stuffed her into the trunk. What happened in the end, Worley did not know, because Kenneth first drove him home, but he believed that Kenneth definitely killed and buried Colleen somewhere in Bell County. Long before investigators found Worley, Kenneth had already committed 2 more murders on his own. February 24th, 1992, a sex worker named Joshua knocked on Kenneth's door. No one knows what happened. What can be confirmed is that on that day, she was killed by Kenneth. The next victim was 22-year-old Melissa. She was working at a fast food restaurant in Waco where Kenneth had also worked. Her body was not discovered until April 26th. Kenneth's victims were scattered across various counties in Texas, such as Waco, Bell, and Travis, but each place had its own police department, its own files. They had no unified command, and therefore the investigation became extremely difficult. It was not until someone investigated that Kenneth also had 2 federal crimes of drug trafficking and possession of illegal firearms that an arrest warrant for Kenneth was issued. 4 years before 1992, a famous true crime television program premiered. This program was called America's Most Wanted. It mainly recreated crime scenes, displayed information about wanted criminals, and called on viewers to provide clues to assist law enforcement agencies in capturing fugitives. May 1st, 1992, a man named Gary Smith was at home watching America's Most Wanted. The host was talking about a serial killer from Texas, Kenneth McDuff. However, just as Kenneth's photo was being displayed, Smith noticed that Kenneth's appearance looked very similar to his new colleague, Richard. Smith worked at a garbage collection company in Kansas City. Not long ago, Richard had become his colleague. He looked like an ordinary middle-aged man, somewhat reclusive. In order to make sure he wasn't seeing things, Smith immediately found another colleague and discussed the matter with him. After discussion, Smith called the Kansas City Police Department. Later, the police looked up information on Richard and found that he had previously been arrested for soliciting sex workers and had his fingerprints taken. Then, they compared Richard's fingerprints with Kenneth's fingerprints, and the results showed that he was Kenneth. 3 days later, a surveillance team of 6 officers arrested him. On June 26th, in McLennan County, Kenneth was found guilty of 1 count of murder. The victim was Melissa. But in Texas, conviction is only the first step. The jury still needed to decide whether Kenneth would be sentenced to life imprisonment or death. Gary, a journalist, expressed the hope he would be executed, saying, "If there has ever been a good argument for the death penalty, it's Kenneth McDuff." The following years were filled with appeals, retrials, and more appeals. Kenneth's lawyers used every legal procedure available, but they were rejected by the courts one by one. In the end, his execution date was set for November 17, 1998. In the weeks leading up to the execution, Kenneth made one of the wisest decisions of his life. He revealed the location where Colleen was buried, allowing Colleen's family to bring her remains home, rather than letting her be buried in some unknown wilderness, together with tree roots and stones. He is buried in the Captain Joe Bird Cemetery in Huntsville, Texas, where inmates lie when their families choose not to claim them. Addie, the mother who had made his bed, cooked his meals, and washed his clothes well into his adulthood, and the rest of the family who had spent a lifetime indulging and forgiving him, all refused to claim his remains. But for a man who had disappointed his family multiple times, this ending is very normal. In the Woodhaven area of Queens, a resident called in a report he just watched a guy climb through his neighbor's window. John and Frank, two officers, rolled up to find the man still wandering the street, a 6'4", nearly 200-pound man. But when they went to question him, as they were about to do so, the man pulled a .22 revolver from his hip holster and fired straight at John. Fortunately, the gun misfired. Before the man could fire again, John and Frank immediately apprehended him. While examining the man's belongings, they found a stolen driver's license, attempted murder of a police officer, burglary, illegal weapons possession, 3 felonies that should have landed the man in a cell awaiting trial. But the court decided he wasn't mentally competent to stand trial and shipped him off to a psychiatric hospital instead. By January 1972, the hospital signed his release papers. The doctor who put his name on that document had zero clue that this Joseph Baldi character was still facing an attempted murder charge. Later, his case would be lumped together with 2 other serial killings, the Charles Yokel and Ricardo Caputo murders, to form one of the most infamous monuments to systemic failure in criminal justice history. January 16, 1941, Joseph was born in Richmond Hill, Queens, one of those working-class Italian neighborhoods. Not much is known about his early life, and word is he was always a loner, never really ran with the other kids, and had sticky fingers from the get-go, breaking into houses like it was a hobby. Later, at 21, his family finally threw up their hands and had him committed to Creedmoor State Hospital. They claimed he was getting stranger by the day, swinging between violent rages and these eerie silences, like there were several different people living inside him. During his 5-year stay at Creedmoor, Joseph learned some carpentry, got zapped with electroshock therapy, and swallowed enough psychiatric meds to sedate a horse. By 1967, they discharged him at age 26. On paper, he was a success story, a cured mental patient, a working man with a trade. But those treatment records? His actual mental state when they pushed him out the door? Nobody really knows. The next 3 years, Joseph didn't exactly settle into some quiet, normal life. Instead, he was right back on the streets of Queens, doing what he knew best, breaking into homes, stealing, being a parasite. That is, until Areti Color-Metis crossed his path. She was 23, a mother of 3, and she would become the first notch on Joseph's killing belt. Her death also marked the beginning of something far worse, the reign of terror that would earn him the name the Queen's Creeper. September 19, 1970. Areti and her family were riding high on that warm buzz of reunion. She and her husband had brought their 3 little kids up from Toronto to visit her parents-in-law, spend a cozy weekend together. In the nighttime, the kids were asleep in their rooms. Areti was probably lying there thinking about breakfast the next morning. But at around 4 in the morning, a tall man climbed through her window. He was Joseph, a guy with over a decade of burglary under his belt, slipping inside like he owned the place. And this wasn't new for him. For months, he'd been perfecting this nocturnal routine. Find an easy mark, grab the jewelry and cash, get out. But this time, things went differently. Areti woke to the faint sound, maybe a footstep, maybe a window sliding. She got up to check, and there he was, Joseph, knife in hand, standing in her bedroom. According to the investigation, the moment they locked eyes, he didn't hesitate. He slashed her throat deep, brutal, meant to silence her before she could scream. But Areti didn't drop. Survival instinct kicked in. She staggered through the living room, pushed open the bedroom door, and with whatever life she had left, she warned her husband. She died later at the hospital, and Joseph, long gone by then. At first, police treated it as a burglary gone wrong. Jewelry and cash were missing, so it looked like a theft that spiraled. But who was the killer? What was the real motive? Those questions got stuffed into a filing cabinet somewhere in Queens and left to gather dust for nearly 2 years. Because Areti and Joseph had no connection whatsoever. She wasn't targeted, she was just available. A random window in his nightly hunting pattern. For the next 18 months, Joseph prowled between Richmond Hill and Woodhaven, cruising those bottom-run apartment buildings. Open windows, unlocked back doors, they might as well have had welcome mats out. He attacked 4 more women during that stretch, and the police, they filed those cases as routine burglaries and assaults. In the early hours of September 5th, 1971, a resident of Woodhaven reported seeing a man climbing through a neighbor's window. Officers John and Frank rolled up quick and started sweeping the area. Didn't take long, they caught up with Joseph and went to question him. As they were about to do so, Joseph pulled a .22 revolver from his hip holster and attempted to shoot John, but the gun misfired. Then, John and Frank rushed him before he could squeeze off another round. Later, they booked him. Attempted murder of a police officer, burglary, theft, illegal weapons possession. But, given his psychiatric history, the court ruled him unfit to stand trial and shipped him off to the Mid-Hudson Psychiatric Hospital in Beacon for forced treatment and observation, waiting for the legal process to catch up. On November 30th, Joseph got transferred to Creedmoor State Hospital back in Queens. Critical move, and nobody, not a single soul, bothered to tell the prosecutor's office. So when the grand jury formally indicted him in December 1971, the DA's office had no idea where the hell he was. Then, on January 21st, 1972, just over a month later, Creedmoor rubber-stamped his discharge. They were completely in the dark that their cured patient was facing multiple felony charges. Less than 2 months of freedom, Joseph was already back at it. March 18th, Jamaica. He pried open a ground floor window and slipped into the bedroom of a girl named Camille, 17 years old, intellectually disabled, living with her parents. She was asleep, and he killed her right there. By the time her parents found her, Joseph was long gone, just Camille's body left behind. On April 13th, he broke into the apartment of Clara, a 21-year-old engaged to an officer. She was living with 3 family members, but she was alone in bed when Joseph crept in. He stabbed her from behind 4 times, back and neck. Then he ripped off her bra and panties and tore them to shreds. This wasn't sexual assault, this was ritual. June 17th, he struck again near his boarding house in Jamaica. 15-year-old Deborah became his target. He climbed through an open window and plunged a knife into her chest. The pain woke her. She stumbled into her parents' bedroom, told them she'd been stabbed, but she bled out before help could arrive. Several days after Deborah's murder, several of her classmates walked into the precinct. They'd been followed by a tall, thin man with dark hair, and his description matched every other victim's account. On June 21st, Queens homicide detectives Donald and Michael acted on the tip. They spotted a man matching the suspect's description on the street and pulled him over. It was Joseph. He agreed to come downtown, and in the squad car, he said he admitted he might have hurt Deborah. As detectives dug deeper, they uncovered the real kicker. This was the same Joseph who'd shot at an officer in 1971, the guy whose gun misfired and saved that officer's life. In the interrogation room, Joseph kept talking. He named 3 more murders: Areti, Camille, Clara. Then, the DA's office finally had him on 4 killings. That 1971 shooting became their wedge. They decided to prosecute that case first. Attempted murder carried less weight than a serial murder rap, but it was enough to lock this monster up immediately while they built the bigger case. In court, Joseph's attorney Sidney went straight for the insanity defense: schizophrenia, multiple personality disorder, arguing Joseph shouldn't be held responsible for any of it. The prosecution countered with Dr. Daniel, then director of the Kings County Hospital's psychiatric unit. This guy knew his business. After extensive evaluation, he took the stand and said, when Joseph pulled that trigger, his mind was crystal clear. He knew exactly what he was doing. 8 days of trial, and the jury saw through the insanity plea. They convicted him of attempted murder, 25 years. But the real fight was just getting started. In order to keep the trial from drowning in psychiatric testimony, both sides cut a deal. No showing the jury those tapes of Joseph in some dissociative fog reenacting the murders. Instead, the prosecution played a 45-minute recording where Joseph's voice was calm, clear, and damning. 4 confessions, straight from his own mouth. However, the chief judge of the New York Supreme Court tossed the charges for Areti, Camille, and Clara, some technical garbage about proxy authority. The DA fought to appeal, but after that, no public record of what happened next. As for that confession tape, Joseph later took the stand and flat out denied it, said he had zero memory of ever saying those things. His attorney Sidney immediately wheeled in psychiatrists and hospital administrators, waving around records of mental instability, trying to paint his client as permanently unhinged. But the Chief Justice looked at the whole picture and wasn't buying it. Joseph was sane when he killed Deborah. Guilty of second-degree murder, 25 to life sentence to be served at Sing Sing. The years that followed were a parade of appeals, mental incompetence claims, procedural errors, every angle Joseph's lawyers could dream up, all rejected. On October 17, 2009, the man Queens residents had learned to fear as the Queens Creeper died in his cell at Sing's. The thing that truly haunts about Joseph's case, not the killings themselves, but Creedmoor State Hospital's decision to release him as a model patient. When that news broke, it detonated across New York City, and the media had just started connecting the dots with 2 eerily similar cases that had unfolded around the same time. In 1971, Charles Yokel walked out of psychiatric care and promptly murdered a dance student. Then between 1973 and 1974, Ricardo Caputo got his own discharge papers from a mental hospital and went on to butcher 4 more women. All 3 men had been stamped model patient or fit for discharge. All 3 were released back into society, and all 3 immediately restarted their criminal activities. March 22, 1991, in Bielitz-Heilstätten, Germany. It was an ordinary day. 44-year-old Tamara was pushing a baby stroller containing her 3-month-old infant, Stanisław. They were walking along a wooded path near the Russian military hospital. However, she was unaware that a man was watching them. He was over 6 feet tall, wore an ill-fitting jacket and a pink bra stolen from another woman's home. He gave Tamara no time to cry for help, no chance to escape. First, he yanked Stanisław from the baby stroller and, treating Stanisław like a rag doll, smashed his head against a tree trunk. Then he pulled out 2 pairs of women's underwear, stuffed them into Tamara's mouth, and watched her struggle and convulse as she suffocated. In the end, he tore off her clothes, sexually assaulted her, and strangled her to death with the same pink bra he was wearing. The man later described his motive. He had to dominate the woman, wanted to force her to rest, so he would not lose what he had already taken hold of. He never meant to kill her, he said. I just wanted living women. At the time, the German police had no idea that the man they were hunting would become the first serial killer in German criminal history to undergo a gender transition while in prison. The Pink Giant, Wolfgang Schmidt, a notorious serial killer in German history, he murdered 5 women and 1 baby between 1989 and 1991. His criminal methods included rape, strangulation, and stabbing of the victims. October 5, 1966, Schmidt was born in Lenin, East Germany. He was the eldest of 3 children. However, in his childhood, his sexual orientation was different. In an era of material scarcity and rigid conservatism, he would secretly rifle through his parents' wardrobe to put on his mother's clothes, driven not by mere childhood curiosity, but by an inexplicable compulsion so powerful that he would wear women's underwear against his bare skin, even defecating in them. Years later, he would describe the sensation as an intensely pleasurable feeling, like a drug that gradually consumed his mind. But secrets cannot stay buried forever. Before long, his mother found the soiled garments he had hidden in the barn. Rather than seeking understanding or treatment, she resorted to the crudest form of isolation, banning Schmidt from all contact with other children, as if confinement could cure him. When this failed, the family finally sought medical intervention. They went from one doctor after another doctor, yet no one could diagnose what was wrong with Schmidt. Lacking any treatment plan, the family resorted to the simplest, crudest solution. They locked the wardrobe, cutting off his access to women's clothing, thinking this would stop him. However, they were wrong because Schmidt quickly found other ways. He began collecting women's garments from rubbish bins and landfills. By 8 or 9, Schmidt had learned to masturbate, and his sexual behavior escalated. He smeared feces on his body, defecated into brass, and wore soiled underwear inside out. "He's a pig. All he knows how to do is soil himself," Schmidt's mother told her friends. As he entered adolescence, Schmidt abandoned his studies completely, withdrew from social life, and devoted all his time to collecting women's clothing. He officially dropped out in 10th grade, which meant being a social outcast in East German society at the time, but he didn't care. In 1985, 19-year-old Schmidt made a surprising decision when he applied to join the Volkspolizei in Potsdam, signing up for a 10-year tenure. Within a few years, he rose to the rank of corporal and transferred from railway security to the 20th National People's Police Unit. In the end of April 1989, the wheels of history were in motion, and the Berlin Wall was on the verge of collapse. However, Schmidt and 3 other officers were dismissed from the force. Their charge were organizing a neo-Nazi gathering to celebrate the centenary of Hitler's birth. Following his dismissal, Schmidt found employment as a crane operator at a steel mill. However, he was fired again months later for repeated absenteeism. After this second dismissal, he sank to the lowest rung of society, working as a farmhand in an orchard. During this period, Schmidt's behavior continued to deteriorate. He frequently showed up to work drunk, stole items from the workplace, and got into physical altercations with colleagues. Even more alarmingly, he became violent in private. When drunk, he would vandalize his girlfriend's apartment and her family's home. Her relatives even found multiple knives hidden in his bedroom. Although the police were called, there was no further investigation. In those days, the behavior of a low-level drunk barely registered with law enforcement. Meanwhile, he would often wander through the surrounding forests dressed as a woman. In the autumn of 1989, in Dietz, 51-year-old Edeltraut Nixdorf was planting tulips in her garden while her husband worked nearby. But their peaceful life was shattered when a tall figure wearing North Vietnamese army boots climbed over the fence. Schmidt didn't come to kill. He only wanted to steal underwear, but Nixdorf spotted him. Seeing her bikini in Schmidt's hand, she called him a pig and a bastard and grabbed a rake to fight him. The confrontation lasted only seconds. Schmidt pinned her to ground, choked her, and repeatedly hit her on the head with a hammer. Even then, Schmidt was not satisfied. He raped her corpse. In the end, he wrapped Nixdorf's body in a blanket, trying to cover up the crime. Meanwhile, a neighbor had been alerted by the commotion in the garden and rushed over to help, but the scene yielded only a single enormous footprint. 5 months later, in March 1990, Nixdorf's husband swallowed pesticide. Unable to bear the trauma of his wife's horrific death, unable to face that afternoon, he chose suicide. He was Schmidt's first indirect victim. One hot afternoon that summer of 1990, Schmidt showed up at a landfill. There he met a homeless woman. Following an argument about scavenging, Schmidt hit her over the head with a police baton, nearly beating her to death. At the time, crime in Brandenburg was skyrocketing. No one took the testimony of a homeless woman seriously. Several days later, on May 24th, Schmidt sexually assaulted and strangled 45-year-old Krista at a garbage dump in Fürk. After killing her, he left a pair of soiled pink women's knickers at the site. On June 9th, Weber, aged 58, was looking for recyclable trash at a landfill near Wust. She didn't know Schmidt had already set his sights on her. The attack came suddenly. Schmidt lunged at her from behind, dragging her into a rubbish heap. He first raped her, then took a wooden pole and tried to beat her to death. Fortunately, some construction workers discovered them. Meanwhile, the police received another report of a tall man harassing women in a nearby forest. Although this description matched the suspect information provided by the construction workers in the Weber case, the police failed to connect the two cases. In March 1991, the first spring since German reunification, 34-year-old Fisher was walking through the forest, perhaps on her way home from work, or simply enjoying the spring air. Suddenly, Schmidt ran out from behind a tree and savagely beat her until she lost the ability to resist. Then, dragging her like prey, he pulled her deep into the woods. There, he raped her and stabbed her in the neck. More than a week later, several hikers found Fisher's body. When the police searched the area, they found multiple pairs of women's underwear and pornographic magazines buried in a nearby ditch. By this time, police had finally linked the three murders: Nixdorf, Christa, and Fisher. On April 6, 1991, Schmidt committed his most crimes in a single day. Two 12-year-old girls were playing on the edge of the forest. However, Schmidt rushed to them directly with a knife and wanted to kill them. Seeing a strange man suddenly appear, the two girls kept screaming and trying to resist. Strangely, after one of the girls scratched Schmidt, he chose to escape. Later that same day, he broke into an apartment. There, he strangled 66-year-old Maria Terita to death and raped her corpse. After the attack, both girls provided police with a detailed description of their assailant, a tall man with a slovenly appearance and fresh scratch marks on his face. Soon, police released a composite sketch and offered a reward of 20,000 Deutschmarks. Within months, Schmidt's girlfriend's family saw the suspect's composite sketch. They recognized the suspect as the man living with their daughter, the man who kept knives in his bedroom, who was frequently drunk and violent, who wandered the forest in women's clothing. They reported him to the police, but they took no action. In July 1991, Mike Klein, an ordinary jogger, was on his morning run through the Brandenburg forest when he spotted an illegally pitched tent. First, he noticed several pairs of women's underwear hanging from the branches of a tree, and then he saw a tall man standing near the tent and masturbating while wearing a pink bra over his shirt. He recognized the face. Seeing several knives inside the tent, Mike didn't action on impulse. Instead, he drove to report it to the police. The police immediately dispatched a Special Operations Commando unit to observe the area. Mike wasn't a man who could wait quietly. He returned to the forest multiple times to observe the police operation, sometimes bringing his friend Andreas along. On August 1st, fate gave them an opportunity. They encountered Schmidt again. He was setting up a new tent. Mike and Andreas made a bold decision. They posed as forest rangers, approached Schmidt, and claimed they needed to clean up garbage from another campsite, luring him into the covered flatbed of their truck. But the truck wasn't headed to another campsite. It was driving straight to the waiting police. In the end, Schmidt was subdued and transported to Potsdam, where he confessed to 6 murders to Volker Kelm, the lead detective in the cases since 1989. After Schmidt's arrest, Mike wanted to claim his 20,000 Deutschmark reward. However, police refused to pay the full amount, claiming that other civilian informant tips would have led to the arrest anyway, and that his actions were not the decisive factor. After a dispute, Mike ultimately received only 12,000 Deutschmarks. That was just the beginning of the controversy. In 2018, a true crime program reinvestigated the case. The lead detective, Volker, stated on the program that Mike's actions constituted unlawful detention because Schmidt was not seriously endangering anyone's life at that moment, nor was he in the process of committing a crime that required immediate stopping. Chief Prosecutor Mary Ann went even further, directly calling Mike and Andreas bounty hunters. She believed their actions were purely motivated by financial gain and that they had disrupted the police investigation. As a result, Mike was never summoned to testify in court, nor was he ever acknowledged by law enforcement in any other way. The man who caught the serial killer barely exists in the official record. Ironically, without Mike's unlawful detention, Schmidt might never have been arrested, and there might have been more victims. On October 20th, 1992, Schmidt's trial began. At trial, Schmidt told the judge that murder was never his intention. He had believed every woman was merely a hallucination in his mind, an imaginary vision, until he saw the deaths reported in the newspaper. 2 months later, the sentence was announced: 15 years in prison, followed by indefinite commitment to a psychiatric hospital. In prison, Schmidt began identifying as transgender. He gained access to women's clothing and cosmetics, decorating his cell with stuffed animals and magazine cutouts. In 2009, Schmidt, he or she, began hormone therapy for gender reassignment. The person who had killed 6 women with hammers, electrical cords, and knives gradually feminized through chemical means. The later Schmidt said, "The others are nasty to me. They say I could get a fat ass. That hurts, then I have to cry. But it helps me. I feel more feminine inside." But prison life didn't change Schmidt. In 2010, she was investigated for raping another transgender prisoner and driving her to attempt suicide. Authorities restricted her freedom, but not her violent impulses. In 2013, while undergoing hormone therapy, she was briefly granted a day trip to Brandenburg and Der Havel. However, she stopped at a gas station and bought a pornographic magazine there. Obviously, the 7-year-old child who experienced that intensely pleasurable sensation in the barn, the young man who killed while wearing North Vietnamese army boots, the serial killer who became a woman in prison, her core had never changed. Schmidt's brother said, "I know my brother, he doesn't change. He's always dangerous." At 4 in the morning, just before dawn, in such a deep night, everyone was asleep. However, a farm in LaPorte County, Indiana, was already engulfed in flames. This farm belonged to a woman named Belle Gunness, who lived there with her 3 children. Maxon, a newly hired worker on this farm, was the first person to notice that something was wrong. He found Belle's room, coughing and feeling his way. He knocked on the door vigorously and shouted, "Mrs. Belle, wake up, there's a fire." However, the fire was already completely out of control. With no other option, Maxon took his family away from the farm and went to the LaPorte County Fire Department to ask them to put out the fire. By the time the fire had been extinguished, it was midday and the farmhouse had already been reduced to rubble. Clearly, anyone who had not escaped the farm in advance would have met a fatal end, either burned to death or suffocated by the smoke. That afternoon, the police found 4 remains in the basement of the ruins. A woman with no head and 3 children's remains. Although a headless woman was found, the media chose to remain silent about it. Why? Because if such news were to be made public, it would cause widespread panic, and their stories would struggle to attract attention. So they portrayed Belle as a hero who risked her own life to save the children during the fire. None of the following questions were addressed: why her head was missing, and why she was 5 inches shorter and nearly 50 pounds lighter than the real Belle. The public remained in the dark, with the police and forensic experts maintaining their silence and offering no reasonable explanations. It was only when a man named Helgelien came forward that a terrifying story was uncovered. Helgelien was an ordinary man whose brother, Andrew, a thrifty bachelor, had disappeared mysteriously 2 months earlier. One day, he happened to go into Andrew's room and found a newspaper and several letters in a box. The newspaper read as follows: "Personal. Comely widow who owns a large farm in one of the finest districts in LaPorte County, Indiana, desires to make acquaintance of a gentleman equally well provided, with view of joining fortunes." From the letters, Helgelien figured out why Andrew had disappeared. It transpired that he had already contacted the widow and become romantically involved with her. In her last letter, she was like, "Borrow as much money as you can and move to LaPorte County secretly." Using the address and name provided in the letters, Helgelien sent a letter back asking, "Where is my brother Andrew? Please reply as soon as possible." Soon he got a reply from Belle. She said that Andrew had gone to Norway and that she regretted not telling him earlier, and if he wanted to find Andrew, she suggested he come to the farm and join her in a big search for Andrew's whereabouts. In May 1908, Helgelien hurried over to LaPorte County. His first port of call was the local police station, where he filed a missing person report on Andrew's behalf. When he heard about the fire that had recently destroyed Belle's farm and that Andrew had been missing since around March, he, sensing that something was amiss, immediately rushed to the farm. By this point, most of the farm's buildings had been reduced to rubble. But there were lots of areas of the farm that looked like swampland and stank. According to insiders, Belle had previously hired workers to dig trenches, but her purpose was unclear. For reasons of his own, Helgelien took a shovel and started digging at one area. At the time, there were loads of people watching, including LaPorte County Sheriff Albert. They saw Helgelien digging up a burlap sack from the area. Inside the sack were 2 human hands, 2 human feet, and Andrew's head. Before long, thousands of people started turning up in LaPorte County to see the victims being dug up from the farm. On the first day, Albert and his colleagues found 5 burlap sacks. On the second day, they found 6 more. Each sack contained severed human torsos, legs and heads, as well as arms cut off below the shoulders. Disturbingly, the flesh of the victims was all jelly-like. Due to the overwhelming number of remains, the police stopped counting, so there is no answer as to how many victims there were. But 2 questions were clear. Who started the fire at the farm? Who killed those people? In reality, just several days after the fire, several witnesses claimed that Ray Lemfer was the arsonist. Ray had once been a worker employed by Belle and also her on and off lover. Back in February 1908, Belle gave him the boot for getting into a space he wasn't meant to. Then, a few days later, the police confirmed that Ray had a motive for the crime. They looked at the letters between Ray and Belle and saw that after Ray was fired, he had been harassing her, saying things like, "If you want to talk, it can be interesting." On May 22nd, Ray was arrested by the police on charges of murder and arson. Later, he revealed some information that was hard to believe, but sounded incredibly true. He said that Belle was a ruthless woman. The marriage ads she placed in the newspapers were not for finding a husband, but for luring men with money to the farm, where she would rob and kill them after they came to spend the rest of their lives with her. He also did not believe that Belle was dead. He said that the headless woman wasn't her, but one of her victims, because the fire was her idea, and she would never have been killed in the fire. That day, Belle had found him and said anxiously that the brother of one of the victims had sent her a letter saying he was coming to the farm to look for his missing brother. In order to stop that person from coming to the farm and revealing her hidden secrets, Belle came up with an idea. She would fake her own death, as if she was dead, no one would bother her anymore. In November, because there was not enough evidence for the police to charge Ray with murder, he was convicted of arson only and sentenced to between 2 and 20 years in prison. From what Ray said, Belle seems like the type of woman who would do anything for money. But did Belle really die? What was her background? These questions always lingered in the minds of those who were eager to know the truth. After the investigators put in some serious effort, they finally uncovered Belle's real identity and background. On November 11, 1859, Belle was born in the small town of Christiania, Norway. In 1881, she immigrated to the United States and went to Chicago to reunite with her sister Nellie. She initially started out working as a domestic servant, but then got a job at a butcher's where she cut up animal carcasses. It's worth mentioning that the victims' remains that were dug up from the farm later on were cut up in a pretty similar way to how animals are dissected. And Belle had a very strong physique. She was at least 5 feet 7 inches tall and weighed between 209 and 249 pounds. Basically, for Belle, there was essentially no difference between dissecting animal carcasses and human corpses. In 1884, Belle married Mads. They ran a candy store together, which was later destroyed by fire. Their home also caught fire, and their 2 infants died inexplicably from enteritis. Notably, 2 fires and the deaths of 2 infants brought a lot of insurance coverage to Belle and Mads. In early July 1900, Belle bought a life insurance policy for Mads. His old insurance was due to run out on July 30th, and the new one Belle had bought was also scheduled to take effect on the same day. Then, at noon on July 30th, Mads died of a brain bleed. Belle said that Mads had said he had a headache when he got home, so she gave him some quinine powder to make him feel better. When she checked on him again, he was already dead. But how Mads died, that is a clear answer. With the two insurance policies, Belle got a total of $5,000 in compensation. She used the money to move to Lockport County and buy a farm. Later, on April 1st, 1902, Belle married Peter. Just 1 week after the wedding, Peter's baby daughter died under Belle's care for unknown reasons. 8 months later, Peter himself also died from a skull injury. Belle said that Peter got hit by a meat grinder while trying to get something off a high shelf, and that caused a crack in his skull. The county coroner got a coroner's jury together, and they thought it might be a murder case, but in the end they couldn't agree on what to do. So, once again, Belle received $3,000 in insurance money. In 1905, Belle started placing marriage ads in newspapers, looking for suitable partners. One of these ads caught the attention of Henry, a farm worker from Wisconsin. After he went to Belle's farm, he wrote a letter to his family. He said he was happy with farm life and that he was well. He also asked them to send him some potatoes. And this letter was the last message his family ever received from him. In 1906, John from Minnesota also got in touch after seeing Belle's advert. After several months of correspondence, John went to Lockport County. Then he disappeared without a trace. Before her death, Belle had 3 young children, Philip, Myrtle, and Lucy. These were the 3 remains that the police found in the basement. Belle also had an adopted daughter named Jenny, who was only 14 years old. In September 1906, she disappeared. Belle explained that she had sent Jenny to Los Angeles to complete her education, but after the fire, on the first day of the dig, they found 5 remains, and one of them was identified as Jenny's. Clearly, Belle was a pitiful character driven by money. Initially, she used arson to defraud insurance companies, with the fires at her home and the candy store marking the beginning of her insurance fraud. In order to obtain more money, she then murdered the 2 infants. Mads may have been her accomplice, but as things went down, he became aware of Belle's crimes, like killing 2 infants. So he planned to inform the authorities about her, but she found him and killed him. Peter's story was similar, but his mysterious death aroused suspicion and made people start to think there might be something wrong with Belle. Because of what happened, Belle ended up with a pretty bad reputation in the local community, and hardly anyone was willing to marry her. Under such circumstances, Belle then used newspaper ads to lure men from all over the country to her farm and murdered them one by one, such as the murdered Henry, John, and Andrew. There are 2 theories regarding whether the headless woman found after the farm fire was Belle. The first theory asserts that the woman was Belle. They said, at the time, police found a jawbone among the ruins and sent it to Dr. Morton, a dentist in LaPorte, for examination. The teeth showed clear signs of dental work, which Dr. Morton positively identified as the surgery he had performed on Belle a year earlier. In addition, the rings found on the woman's fingers were confirmed to be Belle's. The second theory is based on Ray's confession, which suggests that Belle did not die but faked her death to escape. According to the forensic experts, the height and weight of the headless woman did not match Belle's actual measurements. Moreover, there were so-called witness reports claiming sightings of Belle in various locations. Even if Belle had died on the farm, there were 2 questions. Where was her head, and who killed her? At that time, only 2 people had access to her. Maxon, the newly hired farm worker, and Ray, the person who set fire to the farm. After Ray was imprisoned for arson, he died of tuberculosis within just a year. The truth of the case seemed to be buried. However, on January 14, 1910, a hidden confession of his was made public. In this confession, he admitted to helping Belle bury one of the victims and to seeing the chloroform Belle used after he had knocked down another victim with an axe. He also revealed what had happened that night. He had used chloroform on Belle's family, and a black woman named Smith had assisted him. It was she who set fire to the farm. This confession made it even more obvious that Ray was working with Belle and that he probably killed her. However, as he's already dead, no one could verify that the confession was real. In 2008, the police tried using DNA testing to confirm who the dead woman was. But because the samples were old and not well preserved, the test results couldn't say for sure if the dead woman was her. So, most people still think that Belle planned the fire and that the headless woman found wasn't hers. She had already taken most of her money and left LaPorte County. Several years back, Indiana's Schrader Real Estate and Auction Company put a 162-acre Kansas farm up for sale, and it blew up online, especially with true crime fans. The reason behind the attention was its dark past. This was the very location where the Bloody Benders carried out their crimes. 150 years earlier in Labette County, Kansas, the Benders operated a crude inn there, offering food and lodging to weary travelers. But this was no ordinary way station. It was a trap. Those who entered lost not only their money, but their lives. No one knows how many people walked into that trap. Only known the Benders committed a series of brutal, bloody murders there. Victims were bludgeoned with a hammer, their throats slit, their corpses buried in the orchard behind the house. What has proven most haunting is not merely the brutality of their crimes, but the fate of each family member. Just as their crimes were about to be exposed, all 4 Benders vanished without a trace. For a century and a half, rumors about what became of them have swirled. Some say they fled to the Mexican border. Others swear enraged vigilantes caught and lynched them. Still others believe they returned to their homeland, took new names, and ran another inn, continuing their killings. Following the Civil War, the United States government pushed for people to move west. Labette County, Kansas, sitting along that frontier trail, attracted loads of veterans, civilians, and merchants. In October of 1870, 5 spiritualist families, folks who believed the dead could still be reached through seances, followed suit and settled there too. One of these families was the Benders, made up of Old John, a coarse-haired, thick-set man fond of crude jokes; Elvira, possessed of decent culinary skills yet barely capable of speaking English; John Jr., handsome in appearance with red hair and a full beard, fluent in English though bearing a German accent; Kate, distinguished by her refined manners and striking looks, speaking fluent English with scarcely any detectable accent. They took up 160 acres along the Osage Mission Trail and put up a log cabin, stable, hog pen, a fenced barn, and dug a well. The cabin itself they partitioned with canvas into 2 rooms. The smaller chamber served as their quarters, while the room fronting the road functioned as a combined general store and inn, offering limited quantities of canned goods and fabric, complete with kitchen facilities and dining tables where travelers might take meals or spend the night. North of the cabin was a 2-acre vegetable garden and orchard. In the winter of 1872, George Loncourt left Independence, Kansas, with his infant daughter Mary Ann, traveling by wagon and looking to start fresh in Iowa. But after that, George dropped off the face of the earth. Not a word was heard from him. The following spring, William York, George's longtime neighbor, worried about George and Mary Ann and set out to track George's path. When he reached Fort Scott, York resolved to turn back for Independence, giving up on finding George. But that homeward journey would lead him to the same fate George had met. York drove his wagon forward, and as dark came on, he pulled up at an inn, dead tired. The waitress saw him worn out and claimed she was a healer who could immediately relieve his fatigue. She led him to a table by a canvas curtain. However, hardly had he settled into his chair when a hammer struck his head, rendering him unconscious. This was the Bender family's inn. Before York came in, Old John and John Jr. had hidden behind the curtain, waiting in silence for their opportunity to strike. Once York was out, Elvira, quick as a cat, cut his throat to finish him. Then they took his valuables, opened a trap door, and dropped his body into a secret chamber. For a long time, the Bloody Benders carried out murder after murder in their frenzy of killing. But York had 2 brothers. His elder brother, Ed, resided in Fort Scott, while his younger brother, Alexander, was a Civil War veteran, lawyer, and member of the Kansas State Senate from Independence. Both Ed and Alexander were aware of York's itinerary. When they learned that York had not returned home, Alexander leading a company of some 50 men and set out along York's return route. Inquiring ceaselessly for news of him, questioned every traveler they encountered along the way, asking whether anyone had seen York. On March 28th, Alexander arrived at the Bender family inn. He explained his purpose and asked whether they had seen his brother. The Old John and Kate admitted that York had indeed come through, yet in their words they repeatedly insinuated to Alexander that York had become involved in a conflict with Indians. That was their first meeting. On April 3rd, Alexander returned to the Bender family inn with his armed party. This time, Alexander had heard that a woman, having been threatened at knife point by Elvira, had fled the inn. Upon Alexander's inquiry, John Jr. and Kate hastily denied the matter, claiming that their mother scarcely understood English and could not possibly have quarreled with anyone. However, when Alexander raised the matter again, Elvira suddenly flew into a rage. She denounced the woman as a witch who had cursed her coffee and demanded that Alexander and his armed men get out. At that time, Kate seemed to realize that their crime was about to be exposed, so she wanted to delay the time. She told Alexander that she needed him to come back alone next Friday and promised that she would use her medium ability to help him find York. The armed men believed the Benders to be the perpetrators of York's disappearance and were eager to hang them on the spot. But as a state senator, Alexander wanted finding evidence first. After leaving the inn, the local community convened a meeting to discuss York's disappearance, and they ultimately decided to apply for a search warrant to examine all inns in the area. 3 days following the meeting, a man named Billy, while driving cattle past the Bender Inn, found that the inn's door stood open and that the livestock on the farm had gone unfed for several days. Billy then sent a letter to local officials, but severe weather delayed its delivery. Once conditions improved and the officials received the letter, they hurriedly gathered men to form a search party. Alexander was among them. When they reached the Bender family inn, they found it utterly deserted. Food, clothing, and valuables had been swept clean away. During the search of the inn, the members of the search party found a stench in the inn. Following the scent, they located a trapdoor in the floor, only to find it nailed shut. Once they pried it open, they found a secret chamber with its floor covered in pooled blood. Suspecting the presence of human remains, they swung sledgehammers and shattered the floorboards. Though no remains were found within, the smell of blood confirmed their suspicions. So the search party members proceeded to probe the grounds surrounding the cabin with metal rods, focusing their investigation particularly upon the vegetable garden and orchard. That same evening, York's body was found. He lay face down in the earth, buried so shallowly that his feet nearly protruded from the ground. The search continued until midnight, during which the party marked 9 additional suspected grave sites. The following morning, they exhumed 8 more remains from 7 of these locations and retrieved another one from the well. They also found the body of a young girl who had been buried alive and suffocated to death. Within the inn, the searchers also recovered a Roman Catholic prayer book containing German notations, which recorded, Johanna Bender, born July 30th, 1848, and John Gebhardt arrived in America July 18th. Additionally, the flyleaf of an old Bible bore the inscriptions, Big Slaughter Day, Jan 8th, and Hell Departed. Later, some who knew the Benders told a different story. Old John was a repulsive, hideous brute, without a redeeming trait, dirty, profane, and ill-tempered. Elvira was a dirty old Dutch crone. Her face was a fit picture of the midnight hag that wove the spell murderous ambition about the soul of Macbeth. John Jr., seen when excited, recalled the grave-robbing hyena at once to mind. Kate, professing herself a spiritualist medium, publicly declared that murder might be committed in the service of good. She advocated free love, lay with her younger brother John, and defended it. Should we confine ourselves to a single love and deny nature its due, even when that due is passion between brother and sister? From these discoveries, it appeared that the Benders was likely not a genuine family unit at all. Subsequent investigation further revealed that Elvira and Kate may have been the only true blood relations. Some researchers further claim that Kate maintained sexual relations with both Old John and John Jr., so this twisted family structure may well have constituted the psychological foundation for their remarkably tight-knit criminal collaboration. Based upon this information, it may be inferred that the Benders chose to pose as a family because, in those days, a family unit could more readily earn the trust of strangers than single individuals or loosely associated pairs. Later, a Kansas newspaper reported that upon the discovery of the victims' corpses, local residents were seized with fury. Brockman, a friend of the Benders, was hanged from a beam in the inn until unconscious. Senator Alexander posted a reward of $1,000 for the apprehension of the Benders, and Kansas Governor Thomas increased the bounty to $2,000, dead or alive. According to reconstruction, the Benders' method of murder proceeded as follows. When guests stayed overnight at the inn, members of the Benders would arrange for them to sit in a special honored seat. Once the guest sat with his back to the canvas curtain, Kate would engage him in conversation to divert his attention. And then, the old John or John Jr. would emerge from behind the curtain and strike the guest's head violently with a hammer. Immediately thereafter, Elvira would cut the victim's throat to ensure death, and the body would be dropped through the trapdoor into the secret chamber. Having completed these steps, they would plunder the victim's valuables and bury the corpse somewhere. The testimony of several survivors who had narrowly escaped from the Bender Inn corroborated this method of killing. William Pickering stated that when he refused to sit in the seat, Kate drew a knife and threatened him to comply. Fortunately, he managed to seize an opportunity and flee. A Catholic priest named Paul claimed that he had seen one of the Bender men holding a hammer, which filled him with unease, prompting him to fabricate an excuse and depart the inn. There are many different versions of the story regarding the Benders' ultimate fate. Some claim that days after their flight, they went to an outlaw colony situated on the border between Texas and New Mexico. No one dared enter to search for them or verify this information, for law enforcement officers who ventured into such places rarely returned alive. Others claim that an officer pursued them to the Mexican border and found that John Jr. had died of a stroke, and the old John and Elvira had not disembarked at Humboldt, but instead purchased tickets to St. Louis, Missouri. Still others held that the Benders hadn't gotten away at all, that angry vigilantes caught them, shot 3, and burned Kate alive, or that vigilantes killed them and threw them in the river. But no one has ever received a reward of $3,000. In those days, if someone really killed Benders, why didn't they go to receive the prize? Later, near the town of Oak in the neutral lands of Kansas, there appeared a family called the Kellys, likewise 4 in number, who imitated the Bender family's method of killing. They also seated their victims upon chairs positioned over trapdoors, triggering the mechanism during conversation to send the victims plummeting into a basement where they were killed. Although the Benders Inn had long since been demolished, a small sign still stands at that location recounting the story of the Bloody Benders. The sign concludes with these words, "The end of the Benders is not known. The earth seemed to swallow them, as it had their victims."